Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. The dispatch room at the Oakwood County Sheriff's Department remained quiet that evening, save for the gentle hum of computers and the occasional shuffling of papers. Sandra Mercer, a veteran dispatcher of 15 years, sipped her lukewarm coffee as she settled into the familiar rhythm of the night shift. The clock on the wall ticked steadily toward midnight, its measured cadence a constant companion through the long hours. Outside, the autumn rain painted the windows with delicate patterns, droplets sliding down like tears on glass. Sandra adjusted her headset and leaned back in her chair, listening to the soft static that occasionally drifted through the line. It was Tuesday, typically uneventful in this small Midwestern town where most residents were tucked into bed by 10. The call came at 11:47 p.m. The ringing broke through the ambient silence, and Sandra's hand moved automatically to accept it. 911, what's your emergency? Her voice carried the practiced calm that had guided countless callers through their darkest moments. For 3 seconds there was nothing but a peculiar static, not the usual interference, but something that sounded almost like breath moving through a tunnel. Then, barely audible above the white noise, came a voice. "Help me." The words were muffled, distant, as if spoken through layers of cloth or perhaps from another room entirely. Sandra straightened in her chair, her training immediately kicking in as she began the standard protocol. "Sir, ma'am, can you tell me your location? What's happening?" More static followed, but through it, Sandra detected what sounded like shuffling, a dull thud, and then silence. The call remained connected, but whoever was on the other end had either moved away from the phone or could no longer speak. The dispatcher's screen displayed the call's origin, 1421 Whispering Pine Road. Her brow furrowed slightly. Something about that address seemed familiar, but she couldn't immediately place it. She dispatched officers Ramirez and Townsend to investigate, describing the unusual nature of the call and advising caution. The 2 officers arrived at the address 12 minutes later. Their cruiser's headlights swept across the front of a Victorian-style house, the beam illuminating peeling paint and boarded windows. A rusted mailbox tilted precariously at the end of an overgrown path, the name Caldwell barely visible beneath years of weathering. Officer Elena Ramirez clicked her flashlight on as she stepped from the vehicle, the beam cutting through the misty rain. "This place has been empty for years," she murmured to her partner. "The Caldwell house. Last residents moved out in 2016? Officer Townsend nodded slowly, his eyes scanning the perimeter. "After the old man died, nobody's lived here since." He paused, rain collecting on his uniform cap. Dispatch said the call came from inside. Ramirez confirmed with a nod, her flashlight beam dancing across the facade of the house. The front door stood partially ajar, its weathered surface bearing the marks of previous break-ins. Homeless people occasionally sought shelter here during winter months, but it was only September, and the nights weren't cold enough yet to drive people indoors. The officers approached cautiously, announcing their presence as they crossed the threshold. The interior smelled of mildew and decay, the unmistakable scent of abandonment. Floorboards creaked beneath their careful steps, and the beams of their flashlights revealed water-stained wallpaper peeling away from the walls like dead skin. In the front room, dust motes danced in the intersecting beams of light. The officers moved methodically through the space, their training keeping them alert for any signs of disturbance or occupation. The furniture that remained was draped in sheets, ghostly silhouettes in the darkness. OCSD, Townsend called out, his voice echoing through the empty rooms. Anyone here? We received a call for help. Only silence answered him. The officers continued their search, moving from room to room with practiced efficiency. The kitchen stood empty, save for an antique refrigerator with its door hanging partially open. The dining room contained a single chair, oddly positioned in the center of the space as if waiting for an occupant. It was in what had once been the living room that Officer Ramirez's flashlight beam caught something unusual. There, on the dust-covered floor, lay a telephone, an old rotary model, its spiral cord stretching toward the wall where no jack was visible. "Townsend," she called softly. Her partner joined her, and together they stared at the impossible object. "This doesn't make sense," Townsend murmured, crouching beside the phone. "There's no active line here. The utilities were cut years ago." Ramirez reached for her radio. "Dispatch, this is Officer Ramirez at 1421 Whispering Pine. We found a phone on the premises, but there's no active line. Can you confirm the source of the 911 call?" Sandra's voice crackled through the radio. "Confirmed, Ramirez. Call originated from that address at 11:47 p.m. Signal was clear enough to trace." The officers exchanged glances. Townsend reached toward the phone, hesitating briefly before picking it up. The receiver was cool to the touch, covered in the same thick layer of dust that coated everything else in the house. It couldn't possibly have been used recently. "We'll need to bag this," he said, setting it down carefully. "Maybe the lab can make sense of it." As if in response, a distant sound echoed from somewhere deeper in the house, the unmistakable creak of weight on old floorboards. Both officers froze, hands instinctively moving to their weapons. "OCSD," Ramirez called out again, her voice steady. "Identify yourself." The house remained silent, but the sensation of being watched settled over them like a physical weight. Methodically, they began to clear the remaining rooms, their movements deliberate and synchronized after years of partnership. The second floor revealed more abandoned spaces, 3 bedrooms and a bathroom, all bearing the same signs of neglect and decay. In the master bedroom, a collection of photographs still hung on the wall, their subjects rendered unidentifiable by water damage and time. It was in the smallest bedroom, tucked at the back of the house, that they found the journal. It lay open on a child-sized desk, its pages yellowed but intact. Unlike everything else in the house, it seemed oddly free of dust, as if it had been recently handled. Officer Townsend shined his light on the open page, revealing neat handwriting. "They won't believe me when I tell them about the voices in the walls. Mother says I'm imagining things, but I know what I hear. They're calling for help, always calling. Sometimes I think they're calling to me, sometimes through me. I don't know which is worse." The entry was dated September 15, 1983, nearly 40 years earlier. "Caldwell had a daughter," Ramirez said softly, recalling the local history. "Sarah, she would have been about 12 when this was written." Townsend nodded, and she disappeared in 83, right, never found. Before Ramirez could respond, a sharp crack echoed from downstairs, the unmistakable sound of the front door closing. Both officers moved quickly to the staircase, calling out as they descended. The front room was empty, the door now firmly shut despite the absence of wind strong enough to move it. Outside, the rain had intensified, drumming against the roof with increasing urgency. Officer Ramirez approached the phone once more, studying it with renewed interest. "We should call for backup," Townsend suggested, his voice low. "Have the place properly searched." Ramirez nodded, reaching for her radio once more. As she did, her flashlight beam caught something she hadn't noticed before, a faint pattern in the dust surrounding the phone. Looking closer, she could make out what appeared to be small fingerprints, too small to belong to an adult. "Dispatch," she began, her voice steady despite the chill that had settled in her stomach. "We're going to need assistance at 1421 Whispering Pine. Possible evidence related to a cold case." As she spoke, the officers became aware of a subtle change in the atmosphere. The air seemed to grow heavier, the darkness more profound despite their flashlights, and somewhere just at the edge of perception, they could hear what sounded like a child's whisper, too faint to make out words, but unmistakably there. Detective Marcus Holloway arrived at the Caldwell house the following morning, his sedan pulling up beside the crime scene tape that now cordoned off the property. The early autumn sunlight did little to soften the house's appearance, if anything. The daylight only emphasized its decay. Holloway had been with the department for 20 years, the last 12 as lead detective on major crimes. He'd also been just a rookie officer when Sarah Caldwell disappeared, one of the junior members of the search team that had combed these very woods for any sign of the missing girl. The journal had been carefully bagged and removed to the evidence room, along with the mysterious phone. Preliminary analysis had confirmed what seemed impossible. The phone had indeed been the source of the 911 call, despite the absence of any active connection. As Holloway ducked under the crime scene tape, he noted the fresh footprints in the mud investigators who had been processing the scene since dawn. Inside, the house felt different in daylight, less menacing, perhaps, but no less strange. Technicians worked methodically throughout the house, dusting for prints and collecting samples. In the living room, a young officer was carefully photographing the area where the phone had been found. "Find anything new?" Holloway asked, approaching the scene. The officer shook his head. "Nothing conclusive, sir, but the dust pattern is interesting. It's like something was dragged across the floor, ending exactly where the phone was found." Holloway crouched to examine the pattern himself. Indeed, a narrow trail disturbed the dust, as if something or someone had moved with deliberate purpose toward that specific spot. Over the next 3 days, the investigation expanded. The journal provided new insights into the Caldwell case, revealing a troubled family dynamic not previously documented. Sarah's entries described increasingly disturbing experiences in the house, references to voices and presences that her parents dismissed as imagination. The phone itself defied explanation. Laboratory tests confirmed it was an authentic model from the 1980s, with no modifications or modern components that could explain its functionality. When plugged into a testing system, it appeared completely normal, yet it had somehow connected to the 911 system from a house with no active service. On the 4th day, as autumn leaves began to fall in earnest, Detective Holloway returned to the house alone. He stood in the small bedroom where the journal had been found, trying to visualize the life of a 12-year-old girl who had vanished without trace all those years ago. The case had never been solved. Mr. Caldwell had been the primary suspect. His alibi for the night of Sarah's disappearance had been weak, and neighbors had reported hearing arguments in the weeks prior. But without evidence or a body, charges were never filed. The case went cold, the Caldwell family eventually moved away, and the house began its slow descent into abandonment. As Holloway turned to leave, his phone buzzed in his pocket. The caller ID showed the station's number. "Holloway," he answered. "Detective, it's Sandra from Dispatch. You need to come back to the station right away." Her voice held an unusual tension. "We've located the records from 1983, the original missing persons report for Sarah Caldwell." "And," Holloway prompted, already moving toward the door. "Sir, the report was filed at 11:47 p.m. on September 15th. Sandra paused, her breath audible through the connection. "The exact same time as our call, 42 years later to the minute." Holloway froze, one hand on the banister. "I'll be right there," he said, ending the call. As he descended the stairs, the detective couldn't shake the feeling that something was different about the house. The air seemed lighter somehow, as if a long-held breath had finally been released. At the front door, he paused, looking back at the empty rooms. "We hear you now, Sarah," he said softly into the silence. "We're listening." Outside, the wind picked up, sending leaves dancing across the overgrown yard. The case of Sarah Caldwell and the mysterious phone call remained officially unsolved, filed away with countless other cold cases. But in the years that followed, the abandoned house on Whispering Pine Road stood silent, never again reaching out across impossible distances to be heard. Some voices, it seems, need only to be acknowledged once to find their peace. Story 2. The fluorescent lights hummed softly overhead in the evidence room of the Millfield Police Department. Detective Sarah Larson traced her finger along the edge of a manila folder, the paper slightly rough against her skin. Outside, rain tapped gently against the windows, creating a soothing rhythm that contrasted with the weight of the case before her. It was nearly midnight, and the building had emptied hours ago, leaving only the occasional distant footstep echoing through the corridors. She opened the folder carefully, revealing photographs that had been taken 3 days earlier at the corner market convenience store on Maple Street. The images were clear, unusually so for security footage. A man in a dark blue hoodie, his face partially visible beneath the shadow of the hood, leaning across the counter. His right hand was extended, and though no weapon was visible, the cashier's expression of fear told its own story. "We got him," Detective Larson whispered to herself, her voice barely disturbing the stillness of the room. The identification had been surprisingly straightforward. The store's new security system had captured a clear image of the suspect's face when he had briefly looked up toward the camera. The facial recognition software had returned a match within hours. Marcus Wheeler, 34, with a prior record of petty theft and a recent address just 6 blocks from the convenience store. Detective Larson studied the image from the security footage alongside Wheeler's driver's license photo. The resemblance was undeniable, the same deep-set eyes, the distinctive scar above the right eyebrow, even the way the corners of his mouth turned slightly downward. The evidence was compelling enough that Judge Harrison had signed the arrest warrant without hesitation. Officers had picked up Wheeler at his apartment early that morning. He had been asleep when they arrived, confused and disoriented as they led him out in handcuffs. His neighbors had watched from behind partially opened doors, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and judgment. Wheeler had been processed according to standard procedure, fingerprinted, photographed, and placed in an interview room where he had waited for nearly 2 hours before Detective Larson entered. She had placed the case file on the metal table between them, the sound resonating softly in the small space. "Mr. Wheeler," she had begun, her tone measured and professional. "We have you on camera robbing the corner market on Tuesday night." Wheeler's denial had been immediate and emphatic. "That wasn't me. I was at work until 11, then I went straight home." Detective Larson had heard similar protests hundreds of times before. She slid the security camera image across the table. "This is you, Mr. Wheeler." Wheeler had stared at the image for a long moment, his brow furrowed in concentration. "I can see why you think that," he had finally said, his voice quiet, "but it's not me." The detective had then shown him his own mugshot from a previous arrest 5 years earlier. It was then that something unexpected happened. Wheeler had gone pale, his hands beginning to tremble slightly against the cool metal of the table. "That's not me," he had whispered, his voice barely audible over the soft hum of the ventilation system. "It's your mugshot, Mr. Wheeler, from your arrest in 2020. "No," he had insisted, leaning forward. "I mean, yes, I was arrested then. But this," he tapped the photo with his index finger, "this isn't me." Detective Larson had studied him carefully, noting the genuine fear in his eyes. Something about his reaction had given her pause. She had seen guilty men feign innocence countless times, but Wheeler's response seemed different, more primal, more disturbed. "What do you mean it's not you?" she had asked. "The face," Wheeler had replied, his voice steadier now. "Look at the eyes, the shape of the jaw. It's close, really close, but it's not me." Normally, Detective Larson would have dismissed such claims immediately, but something in Wheeler's certainty had compelled her to look more closely at the photograph. She had pulled out her phone and found a recent picture of Wheeler on his social media account. Placing it beside the mugshot, she had studied them both with renewed attention. At first glance, they appeared identical, but as she examined them more carefully, subtle differences began to emerge. The mugshot showed a slightly wider jawline. The spacing between the eyes was fractionally different. Even the scar, which had initially seemed so distinctive, was positioned just slightly higher on the forehead in the mugshot than in the recent photograph. "I need to make a call," Detective Larson had said, leaving Wheeler alone in the interview room. Now, hours later, she sat in the evidence room, surrounded by case files dating back 5 years. The department had switched to a digital database for mugshots and fingerprints in 2019, but the transition had been problematic. Some records had been corrupted, others mislabeled. It had taken months to sort through the errors, and even now, years later, anomalies occasionally surfaced. Detective Larson pulled up Wheeler's arrest record on her computer. The mugshot attached to his file matched the one she had shown him earlier, but when she checked the fingerprint records, something didn't align. The prints from Wheeler's arrest this morning matched those on file from his driver's license application 2 years ago, but they didn't match the prints associated with the mugshot in his file. A chill ran through her as she realized the implications. She quickly searched for arrests made around the same time as Wheeler's 2020 incident. After nearly an hour of methodical checking, she found what she was looking for: Nathan Reeves, arrested 3 days after Wheeler for a similar offense. Reeves' mugshot was missing from the digital file, listed as corrupted during transfer. Detective Larson leaned back in her chair, the realization settling over her like a heavy blanket. During the database transition, Reeves' photograph had somehow been attached to Wheeler's file. For 5 years, the system had been identifying the wrong man. She pulled up the security footage from the corner market robbery once more, studying the face with renewed focus. Then she searched for Nathan Reeves in the current records. He had been released from county jail just 2 weeks earlier after serving 18 months for aggravated assault. His last known address was less than a mile from the corner market. By dawn, Detective Larson had assembled enough evidence to convince her supervisor that they needed to release Wheeler and pursue Reeves. Wheeler was freed by noon, with an apology that felt wholly inadequate given the circumstances. Reeves was apprehended 3 days later at a bus station, attempting to leave the state. He confessed to the robbery almost immediately, seeming almost relieved to be caught. What troubled Detective Larson most in the weeks that followed wasn't the database error or even the wrongful arrest. It was the realization that somewhere in the system, other such mistakes might be lurking, other identities merged or confused, other lives potentially upended by a simple clerical error. She began reviewing old cases in her spare time, searching for similar discrepancies. 2 months later, she found another one, then another. Each discovery brought a mixture of satisfaction and dread. How many wrong men were out there, she wondered, walking free while someone else carried the weight of their crimes? And how many innocent men sat in cells, paying for crimes committed by their digital doppelgangers? In the quiet of the evidence room, late at night when the building fell silent, Detective Larson continued her search, one file at a time, haunted by faces that didn't quite match the names attached to them. Story 3. The hotel maid knocked on the door for the 3rd time. No answer. Housekeeping had a policy: if a guest overstayed checkout, they had to enter. When she finally unlocked the door, the room was perfectly clean. The bed was made, no luggage, no sign anyone had ever been there. But on the table, there was a single message written on the notepad: "Don't let them find me." Maria Rodriguez had worked at the Pinewood Hotel for 11 years. She knew every corner of the establishment, from the worn carpet near room 212 to the way the ice machine on the 4th floor hummed just a little louder than the others. The late October air filtered through the hallway as she stood there, key card still in hand, staring at the handwritten note. The paper was hotel stationery, cream-colored, with the gold Pinewood logo embossed at the top. The message was written in deliberate, unhurried strokes. The room was registered to a James Wilson. He had checked in 3 days ago, paid in cash for a 5-night stay, and according to the front desk, had hardly been seen since his arrival. The security cameras showed him entering his room that first evening, a tall man in his 40s with a dark blue suit and no luggage except a slim leather briefcase. The same cameras never recorded him leaving. Detective Sarah Landry arrived at the Pinewood Hotel 43 minutes after the call came in. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the parking lot as she stepped out of her unmarked sedan. Detective Landry had been with the department for 15 years, the last 7 in persons missing and unidentified. She had a reputation for finding patterns in the spaces between facts, for hearing what wasn't being said. Room 318, the hotel manager said, leading her down a corridor with faded wallpaper the color of desert sand. "We've not touched anything since Maria found the note." The room was still, eerily so. Hotel rooms typically held echoes of their temporary inhabitants: a forgotten toothbrush, indentations on the pillows, a stray hair on the bathroom floor. This room had been wiped clean, not just by housekeeping, but with purpose. Detective Landry pulled latex gloves from her pocket, the soft snap as she put them on cutting through the silence. "Did anyone report seeing Mr. Wilson during his stay?" she asked, carefully lifting the notepad, examining the pressure marks beneath the top sheet. The night clerk remembers him ordering room service the first night, salmon, asparagus, and a bottle of Merlot. The manager shifted his weight from one foot to the other. That's it. No one else recalls seeing him. Detective Landry nodded, her eyes scanning every corner of the room. The closet was empty, hangers perfectly aligned. The bathroom counter was dry, towels folded with military precision. No fingerprints on the remote control, no water rings on the nightstand. It was as if James Wilson had never existed at all. Back at the station, Landry spread the thin file across her desk. James Wilson had paid in cash, but the hotel had scanned his driver's license. The ID showed a Michigan license issued 3 years ago. When she ran it through the system, no matches came back. The address listed belonged to an empty lot in Detroit. The phone number went to a disconnected line. James Wilson was a ghost. The hotel's security footage offered little more. He had arrived in a taxi, entering the lobby at 6:17 p.m. on Monday. The cameras caught him at check-in in the elevator and entering room 318. No footage showed him leaving his room or the hotel. The most recent camera capture was from Tuesday morning, the room's service delivery at 8:22 a.m. The delivery person reported that Wilson opened the door just wide enough to take the tray, his face partially obscured. "What happens in a hotel room that leaves no trace?" Landry murmured to herself, staring at the grainy printout of Wilson's driver's license photo. His eyes seemed to look not at the camera but through it, as if he already knew something the rest of them were yet to discover. 3 days into the investigation, Detective Landry received a call from the lab. The handwriting analysis on the note was inconclusive. The writing was too controlled, too deliberate, as if someone had practiced it repeatedly to mask their natural style. However, they had found something else, microscopic traces of soil embedded in a carpet near the window. Soil that contained a rare mineral compound found only in specific regions of northern Canada. The room had been vacant for 2 nights before Wilson checked in. The hotel confirmed that the carpets had been thoroughly cleaned between guests. The soil couldn't have come from a previous occupant. That same afternoon, Landry discovered that a man matching Wilson's description had been reported missing from a research facility in Ontario 6 months earlier. Dr. James Willis, a geologist specializing in rare earth minerals, had disappeared after expressing concerns about a new mining operation. His colleagues described him as increasingly paranoid in the weeks before his disappearance, convinced that someone was following him. The connection was tenuous, but it was the first real thread to pull. On day 5, Detective Landry returned to room 318. The hotel had kept it vacant at her request. She stood by the window, looking out at the parking lot below, trying to see what Wilson might have seen. The window was sealed shut, hotel policy for rooms above the second floor. Yet the soil had been found exactly here, as if someone had stood in this spot with the evidence of their journey still clinging to their shoes. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. It was the lab again. They had found something else, a fingerprint, partial but enough for identification, hidden on the underside of the desk drawer. It didn't match Wilson's from the driver's license. Instead, it matched a government database specifically, a private military contractor with operations in multiple countries, including extensive mining interests in Canada. "They found him," Landry whispered, understanding flowing through her veins like cold water. "He ran, but they found him anyway." The investigation expanded rapidly after that. The fingerprint belonged to a man named Eric Denton, former Special Forces, now working for Geotech Securities. Geotech provided risk management for mining operations worldwide, including the site in Canada where Dr. Willis had been employed. Security footage from neighboring buildings revealed what the hotel cameras had missed. A service entrance, obscured from the main security system, showed two men entering at 1:42 a.m. on Wednesday. They left 18 minutes later, carrying what appeared to be a heavy duffel bag. They loaded it into an unmarked van that disappeared into the night. No body was ever found. Geotech denied any involvement, claiming Denton was on assignment in South America at the time. The case of James Wilson, or Dr. James Willis, was filed as a presumed homicide, but without a body or concrete evidence beyond the fingerprint and circumstantial connections, it remained technically unsolved. Detective Landry kept the note in her desk drawer. "Don't let them find me." 5 words that haunted her, not just for their desperate plea, but for their futility. He had tried to disappear, to erase himself so thoroughly that not even a wrinkle on the bedspread remained to mark his existence. Yet in the end, it hadn't been enough. Sometimes when sleep eluded her, Detective Landry would find herself wondering about room 318. New guests came and went, unaware of what had transpired within those walls. The hotel continued its business, the maid her rounds, the night clerk his shift. But somewhere out there, the truth about what happened to the man who meticulously erased himself remained hidden, like soil particles too small for the naked eye to see, yet still irrefutably present. The guest had checked out, after all, just not in the way the hotel registry recorded. Story 4. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across Martin Kellerman's backyard in the quiet suburb of Oak Ridge. It had been unseasonably warm for October, and Martin had finally decided to tackle the landscaping project he'd been postponing since buying the house 3 years ago. The soil was dry and crumbly beneath his shovel as he worked, the rhythmic scrape of metal against earth the only sound interrupting the neighborhood's peaceful silence. Martin had inherited the 1940s ranch-style home from his uncle, a reclusive man who had lived there for over 40 years. The backyard had always been neglected, a plain rectangle of patchy grass and occasional weeds, bordered by a wooden fence weathered to a silvery gray. Nothing special, nothing remarkable, just an ordinary backyard in an ordinary neighborhood where nothing extraordinary ever happened. Until the shovel hit something solid. At first, Martin assumed it was a rock or perhaps an old piece of garden equipment his uncle had forgotten. But as he cleared away the soil, revealing a flat wooden surface approximately 3 feet square, he realized he had uncovered something more significant. A trapdoor, its wooden planks darkened with age and soil, lay hidden beneath less than a foot of earth. A rusted metal handle was still visible, tucked into a small recess. Detective Sarah Lindholm would later describe the discovery in her case notes as an anomaly that defied the property's documented history. The house plans filed with the county showed no underground structures, no cellar, no bunker, nothing that would explain the presence of a trapdoor in the middle of Martin Kellerman's ordinary backyard. The wood creaked as Martin pulled on the handle, releasing a cloud of stale air that carried the unmistakable scent of damp earth and something else, something older and more disturbing that he couldn't quite identify. The hinges protested after years of disuse, but eventually the door lifted, revealing a square of darkness below. Martin's flashlight beam cut through the blackness, illuminating a set of wooden steps descending into what appeared to be a small concrete room. The air inside was noticeably cooler than the warm October afternoon above. Dust particles danced in the flashlight's beam, stirred by the sudden intrusion of fresh air. "I thought it was just a storage cellar," Martin would later tell Detective Lindholm, his voice barely above a whisper in the sterile interview room at the Oak Ridge Police Department. "Just some old root cellar my uncle had covered up." The small room at the bottom of the stairs was empty except for a single metal shelf bolted to the far wall. On it sat a dusty mason jar containing what appeared to be old coins and a small notebook with a faded blue cover. But it wasn't the room itself that caused Martin's breath to catch in his throat. It was the opening in the wall to his right, an arched tunnel just tall enough for a person to walk through, slightly hunched over, leading away from the house. The tunnel was approximately 5 feet high and 3 feet wide, its walls a mixture of concrete and packed earth reinforced with wooden beams at regular intervals. Martin's flashlight beam couldn't penetrate its full length, the light swallowed by darkness after about 20 feet. Detective Lindholm would later measure the tunnel at exactly 47 feet long, terminating abruptly in a dirt wall that showed signs of a collapse. Ground-penetrating radar would reveal that the tunnel had once continued further, possibly connecting to something beyond the property line, something that had been carefully erased from all official records. As Martin stood at the entrance to the tunnel, the beam of his flashlight revealing the packed earth floor, he noticed something that made his skin crawl. Footprints clearly visible in the thin layer of dust that covered the floor led out from the darkness of the tunnel toward the stairs. Distinct impressions of what appeared to be men's boots, size 11 or 12, coming from the tunnel's depths. But there were no footprints going in. The dust on the floor was undisturbed in the other direction, as if someone had walked out of the tunnel, up the stairs, and through the trapdoor, but had never entered that way. The realization settled over Martin like a physical weight. Someone had been down here. Someone had come from somewhere else, passed through this tunnel, and emerged into his backyard. And given the undisturbed nature of the trapdoor when he found it, this had happened before it was buried. Detective Lindholm would later sit in her office, late at night, the soft glow of her desk lamp illuminating the photograph spread before her. The footprints had been carefully measured and photographed, plaster casts made before they were inevitably disturbed by the crime scene technicians. The pattern of the boot sole was distinctive, a brand that had been discontinued in 1974. The case file grew thicker as the investigation proceeded. The notebook found on the shelf contained dates and numbers, written in a cramped hand that didn't match Martin's uncle's handwriting from his will and other documents. The coins in the jar dated from the 1940s to the early 1970s, many of them rare and valuable. Property records showed that before Martin's uncle purchased the house in 1978, it had belonged to a man named Howard Garrity. Garrity had disappeared in 1974, leaving behind a house that was quickly sold to cover his debts. There was no record of him ever being found. 2 neighboring properties had also changed hands around the same time, following the disappearances of their owners. Cases that had gone cold decades ago, filed away as unsolved mysteries in the archives of the Oak Ridge Police Department. Ground-penetrating radar of the adjacent properties revealed nothing unusual. If there had been connections to the tunnel, they had been carefully removed and filled in, leaving no trace visible to modern technology. The tunnel itself offered few clues. The wooden supports were common lumber, the concrete unremarkable. There were no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing to indicate who had built it or why. Only those footprints leading out but never in remained as evidence that someone had used this passage. As winter settled over Oak Ridge, the investigation gradually slowed. Other cases demanded attention, and the mystery of the tunnel under Martin Kellerman's backyard became just another folder in Detective Lindholm's growing stack of unsolved cases. Martin never returned to the house. He stayed with friends for a while, then eventually moved to another state. The house remained empty, a for sale sign swaying gently in the front yard, gathering months of dust. Detective Lindholm would occasionally drive by the empty house on her way home, slowing as she passed the ordinary-looking backyard where the trapdoor had been reburied and the grass had grown back. She would think about those footprints leading out but never in, and wonder who had walked that tunnel, emerging into the light after traversing some unknown distance in the darkness. And sometimes, on particularly quiet nights, she would wonder if they would ever return, walking a path that existed somewhere beyond the limits of her understanding, leaving footprints in dust that should have remained undisturbed. The case of the tunnel under Martin Kellerman's backyard remains open, one of many unsolved mysteries in the quiet town of Oak Ridge. The footprints have been preserved in plaster, the notebook and jar of coins stored in evidence, waiting for the day when their secrets might finally be revealed. But the tunnel itself lies silent, reburied under layers of earth, its purpose unknown, its destination undefined. And somewhere, perhaps, another trapdoor waits to be discovered, another link in a chain of passages that run beneath the ordinary surface of everyday life, carrying travelers whose journeys leave traces that defy conventional explanation. Footprints leading out but never in. Story 5. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across Martin Kellerman's backyard in the quiet suburb of Oak Ridge. It had been unseasonably warm for October, and Martin had finally decided to tackle the landscaping project he'd been postponing since buying the house 3 years ago. The soil was dry and crumbly beneath his shovel as he worked, the rhythmic scrape of metal against earth the only sound interrupting the neighborhood's peaceful silence. Martin had inherited the 1940s ranch-style home from his uncle, a reclusive man who had lived there for over 40 years. The backyard had always been neglected, a plain rectangle of patchy grass and occasional weeds, bordered by a wooden fence weathered to a silvery gray. Nothing special, nothing remarkable, just an ordinary backyard in an ordinary neighborhood where nothing extraordinary ever happened. Until the shovel hit something solid. At first, Martin assumed it was a rock or perhaps an old piece of garden equipment his uncle had forgotten. But as he cleared away the soil, revealing a flat wooden surface approximately 3 feet square, he realized he had uncovered something more significant. A trapdoor, its wooden planks darkened with age and soil, lay hidden beneath less than a foot of earth. A rusted metal handle was still visible, tucked into a small recess. Detective Sarah Lindholm would later describe the discovery in her case notes as an anomaly that defied the property's documented history. The house plans filed with the county showed no underground structures, no cellar, no bunker. Nothing that would explain the presence of a trapdoor in the middle of Martin Kellerman's ordinary backyard. The wood creaked as Martin pulled on the handle, releasing a cloud of stale air that carried the unmistakable scent of damp earth and something else, something older and more disturbing that he couldn't quite identify. The hinges protested after years of disuse, but eventually the door lifted, revealing a square of darkness below. Martin's flashlight beam cut through the blackness, illuminating a set of wooden steps descending into what appeared to be a small concrete room. The air inside was noticeably cooler than the warm October afternoon above. Dust particles danced in the flashlight's beam, stirred by the sudden intrusion of fresh air. "I thought it was just a storage cellar," Martin would later tell Detective Lindholm, his voice barely above a whisper in the sterile interview room at the Oak Ridge Police Department. "Just some old root cellar my uncle had covered up." The small room at the bottom of the stairs was empty except for a single metal shelf bolted to the far wall. On it sat a dusty mason jar containing what appeared to be old coins and a small notebook with a faded blue cover. But it wasn't the room itself that caused Martin's breath to catch in his throat. It was the opening in the wall to his right, an arched tunnel just tall enough for a person to walk through, slightly hunched over, leading away from the house. The tunnel was approximately 5 feet high and 3 feet wide, its walls a mixture of concrete and packed earth reinforced with wooden beams at regular intervals. Martin's flashlight beam couldn't penetrate its full length, the light swallowed by darkness after about 20 feet. Detective Lindholm would later measure the tunnel at exactly 47 feet long, terminating abruptly in a dirt wall that showed signs of a collapse. Ground-penetrating radar would reveal that the tunnel had once continued further, possibly connecting to something beyond the property line, something that had been carefully erased from all official records. As Martin stood at the entrance to the tunnel, the beam of his flashlight revealing the packed earth floor, he noticed something that made his skin crawl. Footprints clearly visible in the thin layer of dust that covered the floor led out from the darkness of the tunnel toward the stairs. Distinct impressions of what appeared to be men's boots, size 11 or 12, coming from the tunnel's depths. But there were no footprints going in. The dust on the floor was undisturbed in the other direction, as if someone had walked out of the tunnel, up the stairs, and through the trapdoor, but had never entered that way. The realization settled over Martin like a physical weight. Someone had been down here. Someone had come from somewhere else, passed through this tunnel, and emerged into his backyard. And given the undisturbed nature of the trapdoor when he found it, this had happened before it was buried. Detective Lindholm would later sit in her office, late at night, the soft glow of her desk lamp illuminating the photograph spread before her. The footprints had been carefully measured and photographed, plaster casts made before they were inevitably disturbed by the crime scene technicians. The pattern of the boot sole was distinctive, a brand that had been discontinued in 1974. The case file grew thicker as the investigation proceeded. The notebook found on the shelf contained dates and numbers, written in a cramped hand that didn't match Martin's uncle's handwriting from his will and other documents. The coins in the jar dated from the 1940s to the early 1970s, many of them rare and valuable. Property records showed that before Martin's uncle purchased the house in 1978, it had belonged to a man named Howard Garrity. Garrity had disappeared in 1974, leaving behind a house that was quickly sold to cover his debts. There was no record of him ever being found. 2 neighboring properties had also changed hands around the same time, following the disappearances of their owners. Cases that had gone cold decades ago, filed away as unsolved mysteries in the archives of the Oak Ridge Police Department. Ground-penetrating radar of the adjacent properties revealed nothing unusual. If there had been connections to the tunnel, they had been carefully removed and filled in, leaving no trace visible to modern technology. The tunnel itself offered few clues. The The wooden supports were common lumber, the concrete unremarkable. There were no fingerprints, no DNA, nothing to indicate who had built it or why. Only those footprints leading out but never in remained as evidence that someone had used this passage. As winter settled over Oak Ridge, the investigation gradually slowed. Other cases demanded attention, and the mystery of the tunnel under Martin Kellerman's backyard became just another folder in Detective Lindholm's growing stack of unsolved cases. Martin never returned to the house. He stayed with friends for a while, then eventually moved to another state. The house remained empty, a for sale sign swaying gently in the front yard, gathering months of dust. Detective Lindholm would occasionally drive by the empty house on her way home, slowing as she passed the ordinary-looking backyard where the trapdoor had been reburied and the grass had grown back. She would think about those footprints leading out but never in, and wonder who had walked that tunnel, emerging into the light after traversing some unknown distance in the darkness. And sometimes, on particularly quiet nights, she would wonder if they would ever return, walking a path that existed somewhere beyond the limits of her understanding, leaving footprints in dust that should have remained undisturbed. The case of the tunnel under Martin Kellerman's backyard remains open, one of many unsolved mysteries in the quiet town of Oak Ridge. The footprints have been preserved in plaster, the notebook and jar of coins stored in evidence, waiting for the day when their secrets might finally be revealed. But the tunnel itself lies silent, reburied under layers of earth, its purpose unknown, its destination undefined. And somewhere perhaps another trapdoor waits to be discovered, another link in a chain of passages that run beneath the ordinary surface of everyday life, carrying travelers whose journeys leave traces that defy conventional explanation. Footprints leading out but never in. Story 6, the small diner stood at the edge of town, its neon sign flickering against the persistent fog that rolled in each evening from the nearby lake. Lakeside Diner, a name as unassuming as the building itself, with its weathered blue exterior and windows that reflected the headlights of occasional passing cars. Most travelers missed it entirely, their attention drawn to the more vibrant establishments closer to the highway. But local residents knew of its existence, though few could recall when they had last stepped inside. For Elaine Mercer, the diner represented nothing more than a paycheck, a means to fund her night classes at the community college while she worked toward something better. At 32, she had spent enough years in food service to recognize the familiar patterns, the morning rush, the lunchtime chaos, the evening lull. But Lakeside Diner followed no such rhythm. It remained eerily quiet throughout her shifts, with perhaps 3 or 4 customers spread across her entire workday. The hours are good, the owner, Mr. Harmon, had told her during her interview. 6 to midnight, 5 days a week. The pay is better than most places around here. His voice had been flat, his eyes never quite meeting hers. Just one rule you need to follow without exception. Table 7 gets served at 8 o'clock sharp every night. Elaine had nodded, assuming Table 7 belonged to some regular customer, perhaps an eccentric local with particular habits. Such characters were common in small-town diners. What struck her as unusual was Mr. Harmon's insistence that she place a full-setting silverware, napkin, watered glass, and the daily special regardless of whether anyone occupied the booth. The customer will arrive after you've walked away, he explained. Don't hover, don't stare, and don't ask questions. When you return at 9 to clear the table, the food will be gone and you'll find your tip under the plate, always. During her first week, Elaine followed the instructions diligently. At precisely 8 o'clock each evening, she would place the blue plate special at table 7A corner booth partially obscured by an aging ficus plant, then retreat to the counter. She never saw anyone approach the table. The diner was usually empty by that hour, save perhaps for a trucker nursing a final cup of coffee before returning to the road. Yet when she returned at 9, the food had vanished, not a crumb remaining, and beneath the plate lay a crisp $50 bill. "Does this seem strange to you?" she asked Darla, the cook who worked behind the stainless steel partition, preparing simple meals with practiced efficiency. Darla shrugged, her lined face revealing nothing. "Mr. Harmon pays us to work, not to wonder." She continued chopping onions, the knife hitting the cutting board with rhythmic precision. "The last waitress got fired for asking too many questions just before you got hired." The pattern continued for 3 months. Elaine would serve the empty table at 8, find the plate cleared and the generous tip at 9. She never witnessed anyone at the booth, though occasionally she thought she detected the lingering scent of cologne, something woody and old-fashioned, when she collected the empty plate. One Tuesday evening in October, when rain streaked the windows and thunder rumbled in the distance, Elaine's curiosity finally overcame her need for employment. The diner was completely empty. Even Darla had left early, complaining of arthritis flaring in the damp weather. Mr. Harmon rarely visited the establishment after dark, trusting Elaine to lock up at midnight. After placing the meal at table 7 meatloaf with mashed potatoes that evening, Elaine retreated not to the counter, but to the small office behind the kitchen. There, a dated security system displayed grainy footage from 4 cameras positioned throughout the diner. She found the feed showing table 7 and watched, breath held, as the minutes ticked by. 8:15 passed, then 8:30. The plate remained untouched, the booth empty. At 8:43, the image on the monitor flickered briefly. When it stabilized, Elaine leaned closer, squinting at the screen. The plate appeared disturbed, the food partially eaten, though no one sat at the table. She rubbed her eyes, certain she must have missed something. When she looked again, more of the food had disappeared, bite by invisible bite. A cold sensation crawled up her spine as she continued watching. By 8:58, the plate was empty, wiped clean as though someone had run a finger along its surface to collect the last traces of gravy. Then, a $50 bill materialized beneath the edge of the plate, seemingly placed by invisible fingers. Elaine's heart hammered against her ribs. She rewound the footage, played it again. The result was identical food disappearing incrementally, the money appearing, but no visible customer. The following day, Elaine arrived early for her shift, determined to access the archived security footage. Perhaps this anomaly was unique to the previous night. Perhaps the camera had malfunctioned. She found Mr. Harmon in the office, his face grim as he reviewed the same footage she had watched. When he noticed her in the doorway, his expression hardened. "You were told not to ask questions," he said, his voice carrying an edge she had never heard before. "Not with words, not with actions." "I don't understand," Elaine replied, her mouth suddenly dry. "There's no one there, the food just disappears." Mr. Harmon sighed, a sound of deep weariness. "Table 7 has had the same customer for 27 years. My father served him before me. But there's no one. Arnold Miller was a regular here every night at 8, Mr. Harmon continued, as though she hadn't spoken. Always sat at table 7, always ordered the daily special, always left a generous tip. He gestured toward a faded photograph on the wall, a younger version of himself standing beside an elderly man with kind eyes and a military posture. When Arnold died, his family held the wake here. It was his favorite place. Mr. Harmon's voice softened. That night, after everyone left, I was cleaning up and noticed the plate at his usual table was empty. I thought someone had moved it. Then I found the $50 bill. Elaine felt goosebumps rise on her arms, and he's been coming back ever since. Every night at 8, we serve him the special. He eats, he pays, he never bothers anyone. Mr. Harmon looked at her directly now. The question is, are you bothered? The rational part of Elaine's mind insisted this was impossible. Yet she had seen the footage herself, food disappearing, money appearing, all without explanation. I need this job, she said finally, and if Mr. Miller wants his dinner at 8, I can accommodate that. Mr. Harmon nodded, relief visible in the softening of his shoulders. Arnold was always punctual in life. Death hasn't changed that habit. That evening, Elaine placed the blue plate special at table 7 precisely at 8 o'clock. This time, before walking away, she hesitated. "Enjoy your meal, Mr. Miller," she said softly. "The chef made pot roast tonight. It's one of our best." As she turned to leave, she felt a slight pressure on her wrist, like the gentle touch of fingers. It lasted only a moment before dissipating, but it left her skin tingling with cold. When she returned at 9, the plate was empty as always. Beneath it lay not one but 2 crisp $50 bills, along with a yellowed business card. In faded ink, someone had written, "Thank you for seeing me." In the weeks that followed, Elaine continued serving table 7, sometimes offering a brief word of greeting to her invisible guest. The tips grew more generous, occasionally accompanied by small objects, an antique coin, a fountain pen, once a handkerchief with embroidered initials. What troubled her most was not the supernatural nature of her regular customer, but rather how quickly she had come to accept it as routine. Each night at 8, she served a ghost. Each night at 9, she collected her reward. The boundaries between the living and the dead had become as permeable as the fog that surrounded the diner. Elaine never shared her discovery with anyone else. When customers occasionally asked about the reserved booth in the corner, she offered the same explanation Mr. Harmon had given her on her first day. "That's table 7. It's always reserved." Sometimes in the quietest hours of her shift, when the only sounds were the hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of the wall clock, Elaine would glance toward table 7 and wonder about the man who couldn't leave his favorite restaurant behind. Was he trapped, or was this his choice? Did he exist in some liminal space between worlds, with only this nightly ritual to anchor him? She never asked Mr. Harmon these questions. Some mysteries, she had learned, were better left undisturbed, like the boundary between life and death, or the strange comfort of routine that bound both the living and the dead to this unremarkable diner at the edge of town. Story 7, the headstones stretched for miles, some old and crumbling, others polished and new. But as Detective Michael Larson walked through, something felt wrong. Every grave had a date, but none of them had a name. It was a crisp October morning when Larson first visited the cemetery. The small town of Millfield had always been unremarkable, the kind of place travelers passed through without a second glance. Located in the rolling hills of western Pennsylvania, it had once been a coal mining town, but those days were long gone. Now it was just quiet, perhaps too quiet. Larson's shoes crunched on the gravel path as he moved deeper into the cemetery. A light mist hung in the air, dampening his coat and clinging to his skin. The silence was absolute, broken only by the occasional call of a crow perched on a distant branch. He paused, notebook in hand, and ran his fingers along the smooth surface of a headstone. The granite was cool to the touch, slightly damp from the morning dew. October 17, 1983, he read aloud, his voice barely above a whisper. The date was etched clearly, but where a name should have been, there was only a blank space. He moved to the next stone. June 4, 1992. Again, no name, just a date. The call had come in a week ago. A hiker lost in the woods surrounding Millfield had stumbled upon the cemetery by accident. It wasn't on any maps, and no local officials seemed to know of its existence. The land was supposedly owned by the county, but no burial permits had ever been issued for this plot. Larson's partner, Detective Sarah Chen, approached from behind, her footsteps almost silent on the soft earth. "I've counted 117 graves," she said, her breath visible in the cool air. "All with dates, no names." "Oldest one I found was from 1972, Larson replied, flipping through his notebook. "Most recent is from last year, March 2024. Chen nodded, her dark eyes scanning the rows of stones. "So we're looking at someone who's been active for over 50 years. Larson didn't answer immediately. Instead, he knelt down, examining the soil around one of the newer graves. It was well tended, with no weeds or overgrowth. Someone had been maintaining this place regularly and meticulously. "What bothers me," he finally said, "is the consistency. Same style of headstone, same font for the dates, same spacing between graves. This isn't random, this is organized." Back at the Millfield Police Department, a modest brick building with fluorescent lighting that hummed constantly, Larson and Chen spread out their notes across the conference table. The room smelled of old coffee and printer ink. A whirring fan in the corner provided the only background noise. "No missing persons reports match the dates we found," Chen said, scrolling through her laptop. "At least not from Millfield or any of the surrounding counties." Larson leaned back in his chair, which creaked under his weight. What if they're not missing persons? What if they're unidentified bodies that were properly processed through the system? Chen looked up. "You think someone's been collecting John and Jane Does for 50 years. "It's a theory," Larson shrugged. "Let's check state records for unidentified remains that were released for burial during these time frames." 3 days later, they had their first laid. A pattern emerged from the state records over the past 5 decades. Dozens of unidentified bodies had been released to a small funeral home in Millfield. The business, Eternal Rest Funeral Services, was run by a single family, the Wheelers. The current owner, Thomas Wheeler, was a third-generation mortician. His grandfather had started the business in the 1960s, followed by his father, and now him. All 3 generations had maintained contracts with the state to provide burial services for unclaimed bodies. The funeral home was a Victorian-era house converted for business use. The walls were lined with dark wood paneling, and the air carried the faint scent of lilies and formaldehyde. Thomas Wheeler greeted the detectives in the front parlor, his manner professional but guarded. "Yes, we've handled many unidentified remains over the years," Wheeler confirmed, his voice soft and measured. He was a tall man in his 50s with thinning gray hair and wire-rimmed glasses. His hands, when he gestured, moved with the precision of someone accustomed to delicate work. "My grandfather started the practice. He believed everyone deserved a proper burial, even if they had no one to mourn them. "And where are these bodies buried?" Larson asked, his pen poised over his notebook. Wheeler hesitated just for a moment. "In various cemeteries throughout the county. We have the records, of course." "Could we see them?" Chen inquired. The records were kept in a small office at the back of the funeral home. Wheeler pulled out several thick ledgers, each page filled with neat handwriting. But as Larson and Chen reviewed the entries, something didn't add up. The official burial locations listed in the ledgers didn't match the cemetery they had found. "Mr. Wheeler," Larson said carefully, "we've discovered a cemetery in the woods north of town. It's not on any official maps. There are over 100 graves there, all with dates but no names." Wheeler's face remained impassive, but his hands, resting on the desk, tightened almost imperceptibly. "I'm not sure what you're referring to," he replied. Later that evening, as darkness fell over Millfield, Larson and Chen returned to the cemetery with a search warrant and a team of forensic experts. The beam of their flashlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the rows of nameless headstones. "We need to exhume at least one," Larson said, his voice low. "See if we can match any remains to missing persons reports." The exhumation began the next morning. The team worked methodically, carefully removing the soil from a grave marked February 8, 1997. As they worked, Larson noticed a figure standing at the edge of the woods, watching. It was Thomas Wheeler. When the casket was finally unearthed and opened, the team found human remains, properly prepared for burial. But there was something else, a small metal container placed alongside the body. Inside was a handwritten note, yellowed with age. "Her name was Alina Mason," Larson read aloud. "Found by the riverside, no identification. No one claimed her, but she was someone's daughter, someone's friend. She deserved to be remembered." Similar notes were found in each of the 5 graves they exhumed. Each one contained a name, what little information was known about the deceased, and a personal message from the mortician who had buried them. When confronted, Thomas Wheeler didn't deny anything. He sat in the interrogation room, the fluorescent lights casting harsh shadows across his face. The ticking of the wall clock seemed unnaturally loud in the silence. "My grandfather started it," he explained, his voice steady. He couldn't bear the thought of people being buried without their names, without any acknowledgement of who they were. The state wouldn't pay for individual headstones with names, just dates. So he created his own cemetery on land that had been in our family for generations. "Why keep it secret?" Chen asked. Wheeler's eyes behind his glasses were tired but unrepentant. "Because it wasn't legal. We didn't have permits. We were technically stealing the bodies from the county, but we treated them with respect. We gave them a proper burial, and we kept records, real records of who they were, or at least what we knew about them." In the end, no charges were filed against Thomas Wheeler or Eternal Rest Funeral Services. The cemetery was officially registered, and the headstones were updated to include the names from Wheeler's records. The story made local news, then faded from public attention. But for Detective Larson, something about the case lingered. Months later, he found himself returning to the cemetery, now properly marked and maintained. The headstones, once blank except for dates, now bore names. Simple names, but names nonetheless. As he stood there, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the graves, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story. Why had the Wheelers gone to such lengths, taken such risks for people they didn't know? Was it really just about dignity and death? The answer came in the form of a letter delivered to the police station a week later. It was from Thomas Wheeler, who had decided to retire and move away from Millfield. My grandfather's brother, the letter read, was found dead in 1971. No identification, no one to claim him. He was buried in a pauper's grave with only a number to mark his existence. My grandfather couldn't bear it. He swore no one would suffer that indignity if he could help it. Every person deserves a name, detective. Every person deserves to be remembered. Larson folded the letter and placed it in the case file. The mystery of the cemetery with no names was solved, but as he closed the file cabinet, he couldn't help but wonder about all the other nameless graves in all the other unmarked places waiting to be discovered, waiting for someone to remember who lay beneath the earth. In the end, perhaps that was the true crime, not what the Wheelers had done, but what society had failed to do, to remember, to acknowledge, to name. Story 8, she had never been to that town before, never walked those streets, never stepped inside that house. But when she arrived, she knew where everything was. The grocery store, the school, the hidden key under the welcome mat. Then a stranger approached her. You look just like her. In the small town of Millfield, population 2,473, afternoon light filtered through the valley's edge, casting long shadows across Main Street. It was early October, when the maple trees turned crimson and the air carried the first hint of winter. Detective James Harmon sat at his desk, fingers tracing the edge of a manila folder that had grown thick over the past 6 weeks. The case of Emily Winters had begun simply enough, a confused woman wandering the streets, claiming memories of a place she'd never been. The station was quiet save for the gentle hum of the outdated heating system and the occasional ring of a distant phone. Harmon's coffee had gone cold hours ago, forgotten as he reviewed his notes for the dozenth time. The facts were peculiar, resistant to conventional explanation. Emily Winters, 34, had arrived in Millfield on August 28th, having never set foot in the town before at least. That's what records indicated. Yet she navigated its streets with the confidence of someone who had spent a lifetime there. When questioned, she described with perfect accuracy the interior of the Hunter residence at 1842 Oakwood Drive, down to the hairline crack in the bathroom sink and the loose floorboard in the master bedroom closet. She knew about the spare key hidden beneath the ceramic frog by the back door. She spoke of the garden that had once flourished in the backyard, with its rows of tomatoes and bell peppers that Margaret Hunter had tended for 20 years. But Emily Winters had never met Margaret Hunter, had never been invited into her home. The detective's pen made small circles in the margin of his notepad as he replayed his initial interview with Emily in his mind. She had sat across from him, hands folded neatly in her lap, her voice steady despite the confusion in her eyes. I can't explain it, she had said, the overhead light casting shadows beneath her eyes. I just know things. I know that the corner store used to be a pharmacy until 1998. I know that the bell tower at St. Andrew's chimes 5 minutes fast. I know that if you want fresh bread, you need to be at Miller's Bakery before 7 because they sell out by 8. All true, every detail. What made the case more unsettling were the whispers that had started around town. Elderly residents would stop and stare as Emily passed. The resemblance is uncanny, they'd murmur. One older woman had actually fainted at the sight of her in the grocery store. Detective Harmon turned to the grainy photograph pinned to his evidence board. It showed a young woman with dark hair and a tentative smile standing in front of the town's gazebo. Rebecca Hunter, daughter of Margaret and William Hunter, who had disappeared 28 years ago at the age of 16. The case had gone cold after months without leads. The Hunters had never left Millfield, holding on to hope that their daughter would return. Margaret Hunter had died 3 years ago. William followed 8 months later. Their house at 1842 Oakwood Drive had remained empty since then, locked up but preserved almost like a museum to their missing daughter. Until Emily Winters arrived in town and described it perfectly. The detective's attention turned to another document in the file, the results of a DNA test. Emily Winters was not Rebecca Hunter. Science had confirmed this with unequivocal certainty. There was no biological connection between Emily and the Hunter family, not even a distant one. And yet, he lifted another photograph from the file, this one more recent, Emily Winters, taken during her interview. Next to it, he placed the picture of Rebecca Hunter. The resemblance was indeed striking: the same heart-shaped face, the same slight asymmetry to the smile, the same way of tilting the head slightly to the right. But Rebecca would be 44 now, not 34 like Emily. The office door opened with a gentle creak, breaking his concentration. Officer Dawson entered, holding a small evidence bag. "Found something you might want to see, Detective," she said, placing the bag on his desk. Inside was a small, worn journal with a faded blue cover. It was hidden in the Hunter house beneath that loose floorboard in the closet, the one that Ms. Winters mentioned. Harmon carefully removed the journal and opened it. The handwriting was neat, precise, a teenage girl's penmanship that had been practiced to perfection. The entries detailed mundane high school concerns, friendship dramas, and family tensions. But as he flipped toward the final entries, the tone changed. The last entry was dated 3 days before Rebecca's disappearance. "I can't stay here anymore. The weight of expectations, the suffocation of small-town life. Mom and Dad would never understand. Thomas says we can start fresh somewhere no one knows us. Somewhere I can be someone else entirely. I've packed only what matters: my photos, my grandmother's locket, and enough clothes for a new beginning. By this time next week, Rebecca Hunter will cease to exist." Detective Harmon sat back in his chair, the journal open in his hands. Rebecca hadn't been taken. She had left willingly, erasing herself from existence. But that didn't explain Emily Winters and her impossible knowledge. The next morning, he met Emily at the local diner. She sat by the window, steam rising from her coffee cup, her fingers nervously tracing the rim. When he sat down across from her, she didn't look surprised. "You found something," she said. It wasn't a question. "Rebecca ran away," he replied, sliding the journal across the table. "She wasn't abducted or harmed. She chose to leave." Emily nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something she already suspected. "That makes sense. The memories, they're happy until they're not. There's a heaviness that comes after the 16th birthday party, a feeling of being trapped." "Ms. Winters, you said you grew up in Seattle, over 2,000 miles from here. You've provided school records, employment history. Your life is well documented. And yet, you know things about this town, about the Hunter house, that you shouldn't know." She looked out the window, watching as fallen leaves danced across the sidewalk. "I started having dreams 6 months ago, vivid dreams of this place, of being someone else. They felt like memories, not dreams. I would wake up confused about who I was." Her voice dropped to nearly a whisper. "I thought I was losing my mind, so I came here to prove to myself that this place wasn't real." But it was. Yes, and everything was exactly as I remembered it. She paused, her fingers now still on the coffee cup. Do you believe in reincarnation, Detective Harmon? He didn't answer immediately. After 20 years in law enforcement, he prided himself on following evidence, on rational explanations. But this case defied rationality. Rebecca would be 44 now, he finally said. You're 34. Emily nodded. I know it doesn't make sense chronologically, but what if time isn't as linear as we think? What if Rebecca died 10 years ago and somehow... She didn't finish the thought. She didn't need to. The investigation continued for another 2 weeks. Detective Harmon tracked down Thomas Rivera, the boy mentioned in Rebecca's final journal entry. Now a middle-aged man living in Arizona, Thomas confirmed that he and Rebecca had run away together. They had made it as far as Colorado before their money ran out and reality set in. They had argued, and Rebecca had left to return home. Thomas had continued west, assuming she had reconciled with her family. She never arrived back in Millfield. Highway Patrol records from that period showed a report of an unidentified female hitchhiker killed in a semi-truck accident near the Colorado-Kansas border. The body had been too damaged for easy identification, and without missing persons reports matching the general description in that area, she had been buried in an unmarked grave. The case file for Emily Winters was eventually closed. The official report cited coincidental knowledge and physical similarity without further explanation. Detective Harmon knew that his superiors were uncomfortable with the implications of anything more. Emily stayed in Millfield for another month before leaving. Before she departed, she visited the Hunter's empty house one last time, leaving a small bouquet of wildflowers on the front porch. On quiet nights when the station is empty and the town sleeps, Detective Harmon sometimes takes out the file and reviews it again. Science offered no explanation for how Emily Winters could know what she knew, or why she bore such a striking resemblance to a girl who had disappeared before Emily was even born. Some residents of Millfield now say that Rebecca Hunter finally found her way home in her own way. Others dismiss the entire incident as an elaborate hoax. Detective Harmon offers no opinion either way. He simply keeps the file in the bottom drawer of his desk, a reminder that there are mysteries in this world that resist simple explanations. And sometimes, when he drives past 1842 Oakwood Drive, he could swear he sees a young woman standing at the window, looking out at the street just for a moment, just from the corner of his eye before she fades like morning mist in the autumn sun. Story 9. The rain tapped gently against the windows of Evergreen Thrift, creating a soothing rhythm that matched the quiet shuffle of customers browsing among forgotten treasures. Afternoon light, filtered through clouds and dusty windows, cast everything in a soft, golden haze. In the electronics section, Daniel Green turned an old flip phone over in his hands, feeling the smooth plastic case and the satisfying weight of early 2000s technology. Unlike the sleek, featureless smartphones of today, this Nokia had character scratches that told of years of use, a slightly worn keypad where thumbs had pressed countless messages. What caught Daniel's attention wasn't its outdated design, but the green light that blinked when he experimentally pressed the power button. Against all odds, after sitting forgotten on a thrift store shelf, the battery still held a charge. $5, the cashier said when Daniel brought it to the counter. Her voice was flat, uninterested in this relic from another time. She didn't look up as she placed it in a paper bag, didn't notice the small green light still pulsing steadily like a heartbeat. In his apartment that evening, as the setting sun painted his walls in shades of amber and gold, Daniel sat at his kitchen table with a cup of tea steaming beside him. The phone lay open before him, its small screen illuminated. He scrolled through the contact list out of idle curiosity, names without context, fragments of someone else's life. Jennifer, mom, work, pizza place. Each name a doorway into a stranger's world. Then he noticed the message icon showing one unread text. Pressing the button, he navigated through the unfamiliar menu system until the message appeared on screen. It had been sent years ago, according to the timestamp, May 17, 2011, to a number identified only as Mike. 4 simple words glowed in the dim light of his kitchen. I'm still in the trunk. Daniel felt a coolness spread across his skin that had nothing to do with the evening breeze drifting through his open window. He reread the message, trying to parse its meaning. A joke between friends, a line from a movie, or something else entirely. Detective Elaine Mercer's office smelled of coffee and old paper. The precinct building had been renovated twice since she joined the force, but somehow this particular room had retained the essence of decades of police work. Files stacked in corners, a computer that hummed too loudly, blinds that never quite closed properly. When Daniel placed the phone on her desk the next morning, she regarded it with professional disinterest. "And you found this at a thrift store?" she asked, her voice carrying the slight rasp of someone who had spent too many years speaking over the sound of police radios and ringing phones. "Yes, yesterday afternoon." Daniel watched as she picked up the phone with a tissue, preserving potential fingerprints out of habit rather than necessity. "I know it's probably nothing but that message." Detective Mercer nodded slowly, turning the phone to examine it from different angles. She had seen enough in her 23 years on the force to know that sometimes the smallest things, a misplaced object, an unusual phrase, a message sent years ago, could unravel cases long gone cold. "Nokia 6131, she noted. "Popular model back then. Let me run the serial number, see if we can trace the original owner." The search took 2 days. Daniel received a call from Detective Mercer on Thursday afternoon while grading papers in his classroom after his students had left. The late afternoon sun stretched shadows across the empty desks as her voice came through his cell phone speaker, measured and calm. "The phone belonged to Elisa Chambers," she explained. "Reported missing in May 2011. Last seen leaving her workplace, a dental office in Riverside. Her car was found a week later in the long-term parking lot at the airport, but she never boarded any flights. The case went cold after a few months." Daniel felt his mouth go dry, and Mike, the recipient of the message. A pause on the line, the sound of papers being shuffled. Michael Chambers, her husband. He reported her missing 48 hours after she didn't come home. Claimed she was planning to visit her sister in Phoenix. Thought she might have changed her plans without telling him. Was he ever a suspect? Persons of interest in missing persons cases always include the spouse, Detective Mercer said carefully, but there was no evidence pointing to him specifically. No history of domestic disputes, solid alibi for the night she disappeared. The investigation stalled. What followed was a quiet reopening of a case that had gathered dust for years. Detective Mercer pulled the original files, now yellowed at the edges, their contents a testament to an investigation that had exhausted every light until there was nowhere else to go. Photographs of Lisa Chambers showed a woman in her early 30s with shoulder-length brown hair, and a smile that seemed genuine in some pictures, forced in others. The phone became the center of a new investigation. Technicians extracted data from its memory, call logs, message histories, photos. Most had been deleted, but digital forensics could sometimes recover ghosts of information long thought gone. And indeed, they found something. Deleted location data showing that on the day of Lisa's disappearance, the phone had pinged towers near an abandoned industrial area outside the city limits. Detective Mercer drove out there herself one overcast morning, the kind of day where the sky seems too close to the earth. The property had once been a manufacturing plant for auto parts, but had stood empty for nearly a decade. Weeds pushed through cracks in the concrete parking lot. Rain-faded no trespassing signs hung at odd angles on chain-link fencing. Behind the main building stood a smaller structure, a storage facility with a row of garage doors, most hanging partially open or damaged by years of neglect. Here, the detective moved slowly, methodically, her experienced eyes scanning the ground, the walls, looking for anything out of place in a place where everything was in disarray. In the third garage bay, she noticed something odd about the concrete floor. A section approximately 6 by 8 feet was a slightly different shade than the surrounding area. A casual observer might have missed it entirely, but Detective Mercer had spent years training herself to see patterns where others saw nothing. Forensic teams arrived that afternoon. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed what she had already suspected. Something lay beneath that section of concrete, something that hadn't been part of the original foundation. The excavation took place the following day under the watchful eyes of the county medical examiner, crime scene technicians, and Detective Mercer herself. As they carefully broke through the concrete, the air grew thick with dust and anticipation. 6 inches down, they found plastic sheeting. Beneath that, wrapped in what had once been a blue tarp but had faded to a dull gray, they discovered human remains. Dental records would later confirm what they already suspected. They had found Lisa Chambers, missing for 13 years. The autopsy revealed blunt force trauma to the skull, a single, powerful blow. She had been buried still wearing the clothes she had on the day she disappeared, including a silver watch that had stopped at 9:37. Michael Chambers was brought in for questioning the next morning. He was older now, his hair graying at the temples, lines etched more deeply around his eyes. He expressed appropriate shock at the news of his wife's discovery. His voice trembled when he spoke of Lisa. His eyes remained dry. "We've found some new evidence," Detective Mercer said, her voice neutral as she sat across from him in the interrogation room. The light overhead buzzed faintly, casting shadows that seemed to deepen the lines on Michael's face. A message sent from Lisa's phone on the night she disappeared. Michael's expression didn't change. A message to who? "To you, Michael." She slid a printout across the table. 4 words in black and white. "I'm still in the trunk." Something flickered behind his eyes, so brief anyone else might have missed it. His hand, when he reached for the paper, was steady. "I never received this," he said. "My phone number then was different. I changed carriers a few months before she disappeared." It was true. Phone records confirmed his number had changed. The message had been sent to his old number, disconnected weeks before Lisa went missing. A number she might have still had saved in her contacts. A desperate message sent to a phone that would never receive it. Later analysis of the phone revealed more. It had been powered off immediately after that message was sent, and hadn't been turned on again until Daniel found it in the thrift store 13 years later. How it had ended up there, who had donated it, remained questions without answers. Michael Chambers was arrested 3 weeks later, not because of the message, which proved nothing by itself, but because of microscopic traces of concrete found in the trunk of his old car, still sitting in his garage. The same distinctive mixture used to create the patch of floor where Lisa had been buried, and a single strand of hair preserved in that concrete matched Lisa's DNA. In the courtroom, as the verdict was read, Michael Chambers stood perfectly still, his face a mask of dignified disbelief. The judge's voice echoed in the hushed room as she sentenced him to life without parole. Detective Mercer watched from her seat, her expression unreadable, thinking of a message sent into the void 13 years ago. A cry for help that went unanswered until chance brought it back into the world. And somewhere across town, in a box of evidence, an old flip phone sat silent, its battery finally dead, its secret told at last. Story 10. She wanted to repaint the nursery before the baby arrived. The walls were a faded blue, the kind that held years of stories beneath its layers. As she rolled on the first coat, the white paint revealed something beneath letters, barely visible at first, then sharper, clearer. A message scrawled beneath the surface. Don't let it hear you, her breath caught. She stepped back, and that's when she saw it, tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high on the wall for any child to have made. The discovery in the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the beginning of what investigators would later call the Whispering House case. The young couple had purchased the Victorian-style home just months before for what seemed like an impossibly low price. The real estate agent had mentioned minor cosmetic issues, but nothing about the property's dark history. Detective Sarah Klein pressed the doorbell, notebook in hand. A woman answered, her pregnant belly prominent beneath her paint-splattered overalls. Dark circles rimmed her eyes. She hadn't slept in days. The detective noted the woman's trembling hands as she recounted finding the message and the handprints. The previous owners moved away suddenly, the woman explained. The neighbors said they left in the middle of the night. No moving truck, just packed essentials in their car. The detective walked through the historic home, footsteps creaking against aged floorboards. Standing in the nursery, she examined the partially painted wall. The message was still visible where the new paint had been hastily abandoned. Next to it, 5 small handprints pressed into the wet paint, positioned at adult shoulder height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein pulled records on the property. The house had changed hands 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover. Each family had stayed less than 2 years. More disturbing were the child welfare reports filed for 3 of those families. Children reporting whispers from the walls and someone watching them sleep. The detective dug deeper, requesting construction records and historical documents. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow with no children of her own who had operated a small orphanage from the property during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced 5 children who had disappeared from her care. Authorities at the time suspected they had run away, common for orphans of that period. When Eleanor died, workers renovating the house discovered a sealed room behind the nursery wall. Inside they found children's possessions, small shoes, toys, and clothing, but no remains. The case went cold, filed away in dusty archives. Detective Klein interviewed former residents, piecing together a disturbing pattern. Each family with children reported unusual occurrences, toys rearranged during the night, childish laughter echoing through empty hallways, and crayon drawings appearing on walls. Most dismissed these events as imagination until the writing appeared. The message varied slightly between accounts. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. Always the same handwriting, always revealed when repainting the nursery. A forensic linguist analyzed photographs of the writing and determined it matched samples from Alina Blackwood's journals. More disturbing were the handprints, identical in size and placement across decades, despite different children living in the home. The investigation took a darker turn when the detective convinced the current owners to allow ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician pointed to anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each approximately child-sized. Workers broke through the concrete, revealing a gruesome confirmation. 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis indicated the children had died during Alina's ownership of the house. Each child still wore a small pendant with their name engraved, the 5 orphans who had supposedly run away. The detective ordered luminol sprayed throughout the nursery. In the darkness, handprints glowed on every wall beneath layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Hundreds of them at varying heights, as if the children had been trying to climb out. Alina's journals, recovered from county archives, revealed her twisted logic. She believed orphaned children possessed special spiritual energy. By sealing them in the hidden room, she thought she could harness their life force to extend her own years. The children had scratched their warnings into the wall with fingernails and bits of metal, hoping future residents would discover their fate. The case closed with the proper burial of the 5 victims. Their names were finally recorded not as runaways but as murder victims. The house stood empty afterward, the pregnant couple refusing to return even to collect their belongings. Detective Klein filed her final report, including photographs of the handprints illuminated by luminol and the message under the paint. She noted that while justice had been served for the original victims, something unexplainable remained in that house, something that continued to reach out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were demolished during remediation, but workers reported hearing children's voices whispering from within the debris. Each refused to return after their shift ended. The house was eventually condemned, another cold case file in a dusty cabinet, physical evidence of closure, but spiritual questions that would never be answered. The detective kept one photograph from the case, 5 luminol handprints glowing in the darkness, a haunting reminder that some crimes leave impressions that no amount of fresh paint can cover. Story 11. She wiped the steam off the mirror, staring at her own reflection, but something was off. Her face looked right, her clothes the same. Yet the longer she stared, the more the unease grew. A flicker in the corner of her eye, a movement that wasn't hers. Then, as she turned away, the reflection stayed still watching. The case of Rebecca Thorne began with that unsettling moment in her bathroom. What followed would confound investigators and haunt a community for years to come. Rebecca lived alone in a modest apartment in a quiet suburban neighborhood. Friends described her as methodical, reserved, a woman who kept to herself but remained cordial with neighbors. She worked as a data analyst for a mid-sized company, her life defined by routine and precision. Nothing about her suggested she would become the center of one of the most perplexing criminal investigations of the decade. The first incident seemed innocuous. Rebecca noticed small objects in her apartment had been moved, nothing missing, just rearranged. A coffee mug placed on a different shelf, books reorganized, her toothbrush on the wrong side of the sink. She dismissed these oddities as moments of absent-mindedness, the natural result of working long hours under fluorescent lights, staring at spreadsheets until her vision blurred. Detective Marion Shaw received the first report when Rebecca, after weeks of these disturbances, finally contacted authorities. The initial assessment, nothing criminal, perhaps a case for mental health services rather than law enforcement. Shaw documented the complaint but filed it away among the stack of non-priority cases. There was nothing tangible, Shaw would later testify. No broken locks, no missing items, no signs of forced entry, just a woman who felt something was wrong in her home. The bathroom mirror incident changed everything. Rebecca described it in vivid detail during her second contact with police, how her reflection seemed to move independently, how she felt watched even when alone. This time she had evidence, a security camera she had installed herself, pointed at her front door. The footage revealed something that sent a chill through even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video showed Rebecca leaving for work in the morning. Then, 20 minutes later, someone who looked exactly like Rebecca used a key to enter the apartment. Forensic analysts examined the footage for signs of tampering or digital manipulation. They found none. The person entering the apartment moved like Rebecca, dressed like Rebecca, even carried the same distinctive leather bag Rebecca owned. But according to time-stamped footage from her workplace security system, Rebecca had already badged into her office building across town. "We're dealing with a doppelganger situation," Detective Shaw told her superior. "Someone who has studied Ms. Thorne extensively and can mimic her with uncanny precision." The investigation intensified. Fingerprints throughout the apartment matched only Rebecca. No foreign DNA was discovered. Neighbors reported seeing nothing unusual, just Rebecca coming and going as she always did. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, mentioned she had greeted Rebecca returning home one evening and received no response, which she found uncharacteristic but not alarming. Rebecca began keeping a journal of disturbances. Small changes in her apartment multiplied. Food she didn't remember eating disappeared from her refrigerator. Her computer showed searches she hadn't conducted. Most disturbing, she found photographs on her own phone, selfies that looked like her but that she had no memory of taking. In some, her expression seemed subtly wrong, the smile too wide or the eyes too intense. "I feel like I'm going insane," she told Detective Shaw during their third meeting, "or someone wants me to think I am." The breakthrough came when investigators discovered a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only entered when Rebecca left for specific appointments, therapy sessions, yoga classes, grocery shopping on Sunday mornings, activities scheduled in advance with predictable durations. "Someone knows your routine intimately," Shaw explained. "This isn't random, this is targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist suggested they were dealing with a fixation case, someone obsessed with becoming Rebecca, living her life, perhaps eventually replacing her completely. Such cases were rare but documented in psychological literature. The perpetrator typically had suffered a psychological break and fixed on a victim who represented something they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation narrowed when Rebecca mentioned a former colleague, Lily Winters, who had been dismissed after exhibiting increasingly erratic behavior. Lily had worked closely with Rebecca, often commenting on similarities between them. After her termination, she had sent Rebecca a series of disturbing emails. "We could be the same person," one read. "Sometimes I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw obtained a warrant to search Lily's residence. What they discovered transformed the case from disturbing to horrifying. One room in Lily's apartment had been converted into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. Photographs covered the walls, hundreds of images of Rebecca entering her apartment, shopping, meeting friends, all taken without her knowledge. A closet contained exact duplicates of Rebecca's wardrobe. Makeup matching Rebecca's preferred brands sat on a vanity, alongside detailed notes about her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily habits. Most damning were the practice videos. Lily had recorded herself mimicking Rebecca's walk, her gestures, her expressions. The progression was evident: early attempts clumsy and obvious, later ones nearly indistinguishable from the real Rebecca. "She wanted to become me," Rebecca whispered when shown the evidence. "She wasn't just copying me, she was erasing me." Forensic technicians discovered sophisticated equipment for creating copies of keys and duplicating electronic access cards. Lily had maintained an elaborate system for tracking Rebecca's movements, including a calendar with detailed predictions of her schedule. What investigators couldn't determine was Lily's ultimate goal. Journals found in her apartment contained rambling entries that shifted between first and third person, sometimes referring to Rebecca as me and her in the same paragraph. The final entry chilled investigators. "Soon there will be only one of us. The stronger version will remain." When authorities moved to arrest Lily, she had vanished. Her apartment showed signs of hasty departure, drawers left open, some technology missing. A nationwide alert was issued. Rebecca entered protective custody, relocated to a secure location with continuous surveillance. For 3 weeks, authorities monitored every location associated with her prior life. Lily never appeared. The case took its final, disturbing turn when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported something unusual. Rebecca had been seen entering the building despite being on leave. Security footage confirmed it. Someone who looked exactly like Rebecca had accessed the building using a valid ID card, proceeded to her former desk, and spent 40 minutes going through her files before leaving. Rebecca, still under protection at a guarded safe house, couldn't have been at the office. The implications became clear. Lily hadn't fled, she had made her move. She was now living as Rebecca, stepping into her life while the real Rebecca remained in hiding. The case remains officially open. Lily Winters has never been apprehended. Rebecca Thorne never returned to her former life, instead creating a new identity in an undisclosed location. Detective Shaw keeps a photograph on her desk. 2 women who look remarkably similar. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. Sometimes she studies their faces, looking for the differences, the tells that would distinguish one from the other. The truly terrifying part, Shaw often tells new detectives on the force, isn't that someone could look like you or sound like you. It's that they could want to become you so badly that they erase themselves in the process. Identity isn't just what we show the world, it's what we guard most carefully. And sometimes we don't realize its value until someone tries to steal it. Story 12. She never liked going up there, but when the storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice. The attic was filled with forgotten things, draped in dust and cobwebs. In the farthest corner sat an old dollhouse, eerily detailed, its tiny furniture meticulously placed. But as she peered inside, her stomach twisted. The figures inside weren't dolls. They were tiny, hand-carved replicas of her family. Each figure positioned exactly where they had been sitting downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to be her was standing by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan ran her finger across the dollhouse roof, feeling the indentation where the small wooden figure stood. The discovery sent a chill through her body that had nothing to do with the cold draft whistling through the rafters. The dollhouse shouldn't have been there at all. This wasn't her childhood home, but a rental property the family had moved into just weeks earlier. The case began with Rebecca's frantic call to law enforcement. Officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in distress, huddled in their living room, refusing to return upstairs. The lead investigator, Detective Sarah Harmon, initially dismissed their concerns as an elaborate prank or perhaps the overactive imagination of a family adjusting to an unfamiliar house. The detail is what struck me, Detective Harmon would later recall during interviews. Each miniature figurine captured something distinct about each family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. The investigation shifted when forensic teams discovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that matched none of the family members. More disturbing still were microscopic cameras found embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all connected to a sophisticated recording system hidden beneath the dollhouse itself. Analysis of the Morgan family's movements over preceding days revealed an unsettling pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse didn't just match where the family had been sitting that evening, they matched exact positions from different days, suggesting someone had been watching them long enough to learn their habits. We realized we weren't dealing with a simple case of stalking, explained Detective Harmon. The perpetrator demonstrated a level of obsession rarely documented in criminal psychology literature. The investigation uncovered a hidden basement entrance concealed behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators found a makeshift living space with evidence someone had been residing there since before the Morgans moved in. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag suggested the intruder had been living underneath the family for weeks. What puzzled investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Property records revealed the house had been vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans moved in. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within months of each other. Their son had handled the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Interviews with neighbors yielded little information. Most hadn't noticed anything unusual, though one elderly woman mentioned occasionally seeing lights in the house during its vacancy period. I assumed it was the real estate people showing the property, she told investigators. Never occurred to me someone might be living there without permission. The breakthrough came through digital forensics. Examining the surveillance system connected to the miniature cameras, analysts discovered the data was being transmitted to an external server. The IP address led investigators to a small apartment across town. Inside, they found walls covered with photographs of the Morgan family and previous occupants of the house. Journal entries detailed the daily routines of each family member with disturbing precision. The most chilling discovery was a workshop containing dozens of partially completed dollhouses, each representing different homes in the area. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. His financial records showed mounting debt after his parents' deaths. Rather than selling the house outright, he'd created the hidden living space, continuing to live there while collecting rental income from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse was his control center, explained the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each figure represented someone he watched. The figure of Rebecca by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his way of acknowledging her discovery of his surveillance system. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily calm as he described his motivation. They were living in my house, sleeping in my parents' bedroom. I needed to make sure they were treating it with respect. When asked about the positioned figures, he simply stated, "I wanted them to know I was always watching." The psychological evaluation revealed a complex case of possessive delusion. Wells couldn't emotionally process losing his childhood home and created an elaborate system to maintain control over it. The dollhouse had become his way of possessing both the property and its occupants. The Morgan family never returned to the house. Rebecca later recalled the moment that haunted her most wasn't finding the dollhouse, but realizing what it meant. Someone had been watching us all along, measuring our lives, turning us into playthings. The real horror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was knowing that in his mind, we were just dolls to be positioned and observed. Wells was charged with multiple counts of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. The case prompted a review of real estate disclosure laws regarding deaths on properties and the responsibility of agents to ensure homes are properly vacated before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge noted the extraordinary violation the Morgan family had endured. You didn't just invade their home, you invaded their sense of safety and autonomy. You observed their most private moments and recreated them for your entertainment. What makes the case particularly disturbing to criminologists is how long Wells might have continued undetected had Rebecca not discovered the dollhouse. Forensic analysis of his journals suggested he had been living secretly within homes for nearly 2 years, moving from one property to another, creating dollhouses of each family under observation. The Morgan family eventually found a new home far away, but Rebecca admitted in victim impact statements that she still checks closets and crawl spaces routinely. She removed all dollhouses and miniatures from their new residence. "Some days I still feel like I'm being watched," she said. "I wonder if somewhere, someone is still moving a tiny version of me around in a dollhouse I haven't discovered yet." Story 13. The new homeowners thought it was just a quirk how the old intercom system crackled late at night, a relic from another time, rewired but long forgotten. Then one night the husband pressed the button out of curiosity. A whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why did you come back?" He jolted back, his hands shaking. His wife, standing behind him, whispered, "I never said that." The Victorian manor sat nestled among ancient oak trees, its weathered exterior belying the renovated modern interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had purchased the property at a surprisingly reasonable price, despite the real estate agent's nervous demeanor during the walkthrough. The intercom system, a vintage feature connecting all rooms, had been one of the selling points for the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves pulled up to the property, gravel crunching beneath the tires of her unmarked vehicle. The call had come in as a potential break-in, but something in the dispatcher's voice suggested there was more to the story. The tall figure of Daniel Parker greeted her at the door, his pallor evident even in the dim porch light. "It started with the intercom," he explained, leading Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. "Just static at first, then whispers, then full sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, hands clutching a steaming mug that remained untouched. "We found something behind the wall," she said without preamble. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he took down the drywall, her voice faltered. Behind the wall, wrapped in deteriorating plastic, they had discovered a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves donned gloves before carefully opening its brittle pages. The handwriting, elegant yet frantic, belonged to someone named Alina, the apparent previous owner. The entries detailed her growing suspicion that her husband Vincent was planning to harm her. The final entry was dated 30 years ago, Daniel explained. After that, nothing. The previous owners claimed they bought it from an elderly man who moved to a retirement community. The investigation uncovered that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed owned the house. Property records showed Vincent had sold the house shortly after Alina allegedly left him. No divorce was ever filed, no change of address, no financial transactions in Alina's name after the date of the final journal entry. Detective Reeves assembled a team to examine the property thoroughly. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the concrete foundation of the garden shed. As investigators broke through the decades-old concrete, the truth emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, with evidence of blunt force trauma to the skull. A gold wedding band found among the remains bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood built rapidly. Now elderly and living in a care facility, his mind was sharp enough to understand the charges brought against him. When confronted with the evidence, his response chilled even the seasoned detective. "She wouldn't stop talking," Vincent said, his voice eerily calm. "Always chattering through that damned intercom, checking on me, questioning me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself. Said she wanted to always be able to reach me, no matter where I was in the house." He looked up, eyes vacant. "I just wanted quiet." During his confession, Vincent revealed how he had carefully constructed the narrative of Alina abandoning him, even sending postcards to neighbors from various locations, written in forged handwriting. He had lived in the house for years afterward, walking daily over the concrete where his wife lay buried. The trial was brief, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The sentencing judge noted the calculated nature of the crime and the decades of deception that followed. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to remain after learning its dark history. Before leaving, they held a memorial service for Alina in the garden, now restored after the investigation. The intercom system was removed during renovations by the next owners. Workers reported hearing static and whispers during the removal process, though they attributed it to interference from their power tools. Detective Reeves visited the Blackwood case file one last time before it was archived. As she closed the manila folder, she reflected on how the house itself had seemingly reached across time to reveal its secret. The justice system had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, but only because Alina had found a way to make herself heard. The case became known among local law enforcement as the house that answered back. Detective Reeves would sometimes drive past the property on her way home. She never stopped, but she would slow down, window rolled down slightly, listening for whispers carried on the breeze. Story 14. They found it in the attic, hidden beneath a tattered blanket, a porcelain doll, delicate and old, its painted blue eyes wide and unblinking. Neither of them had ever seen it before. They laughed it off, just another forgotten antique. But that night, as they settled into bed, something felt off. The air was heavier, the silence stretched, and in the morning the doll wasn't in the attic anymore. It was sitting at the foot of their bed. The young couple, Sarah and Michael, had purchased the Victorian house at auction, enchanted by its ornate woodwork and mysterious charm despite rumors about its troubled past. They were drawn to the history embedded in its walls, not knowing they would soon become part of it. Detective Rachel Winters received the call on a crisp autumn morning. The female victim had been found in the master bedroom, her body arranged in an unnatural pose, arms and legs bent at precise angles. Her eyes were open wide, a look of terror frozen on her face. The male victim was discovered in the hallway as if he had been trying to escape. The scene was immaculate, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle beyond the final moments. The positioning is deliberate, Detective Winters noted, speaking quietly into her recorder as crime scene photographers captured every detail. The female victim appears posed, like a doll removed from a display case. The investigation began with thorough interviews of neighbors. One elderly woman recalled seeing a shadow moving behind an upstairs window when the couple should have been at work. Another mentioned hearing what sounded like a child's laughter coming from the empty house during the night. Each account added another layer of unease to the growing case file. The forensic team uncovered microscopic fibers throughout the house, vintage cotton and silk, consistent with materials used in antique doll clothing, most concentrated around the victims' bodies and the attic space. More disturbing was what they didn't find. No fingerprints besides the victims, no DNA from any intruder, no footprints in the dust that shouldn't have been there. It's as if whoever did this was never physically present, the lead forensic analyst remarked. The investigation turned to the history of the property. Records revealed a pattern: 3 previous owners over 6 decades had died under mysterious circumstances. Each case remained unsolved, with files noting strange inconsistencies. One family reported finding antique toys in rooms they had just cleaned. Another documented hearing footsteps when no one else was home. Detective Winters discovered a newspaper clipping from decades earlier. A renowned doll maker had once lived in the house with his daughter. The child had died under suspicious circumstances, and the father was questioned but never charged. Before taking his own life, he had completed one final doll said to be a perfect replica of his daughter. The inventory list from when Sarah and Michael purchased the house mentioned no such doll. As Detective Winters dug deeper, she found a pattern connecting all victims. Each had made modifications to the house, specifically to the attic space. Sarah and Michael had begun renovations the week before their deaths, planning to convert the attic into a home office. The breakthrough came when examining old photographs found in a hidden compartment beneath the attic floorboards. Black and white images showed the dollmaker with his collection, but one doll stood out identical to the one described in initial police reports, the one found by Sarah and Michael. In the images, the doll appeared in different positions, sometimes seeming to move between photographs taken moments apart. Infrared scans of the walls revealed something chilling: tiny handprints, invisible to the naked eye, trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, along with a strange residue that analysis identified as porcelain dust mixed with organic material that couldn't be classified. The case took an unexpected turn when Detective Winters interviewed a distant relative of the dollmaker. The woman shared family rumors about the dollmaker using unorthodox materials and techniques, supposedly incorporating human elements into his most prized creations to give them life. She spoke of rituals performed to bind spirits to objects, knowledge the doll maker had acquired during travels abroad. The most perfect dolls, she whispered, were never meant to be just toys. The investigation stalled after that revelation. No suspects could be identified. No conventional explanation fit the evidence. The case remained active but grew cold. Detective Winters requested to keep the doll as evidence, securing it in a locked cabinet at the station. The morning after, officers found her office door ajar, the cabinet empty. The detective herself was discovered seated at her desk, unharmed but disoriented, with no memory of the night before. The security cameras showed nothing but static during the hours in question. The house was sold again at auction, its troubled history driving the price down despite its architectural value. The new owners found the attic empty, except for a tattered blanket folded neatly in the corner. The doll was never recovered, and the deaths of Sarah and Michael joined the list of unsolved cases that would occasionally be referenced in hushed tones around the detective department. Some claim to have glimpsed it in evidence storage, though inventory checks never confirmed its presence. Detective Winters retired early, citing personal reasons. On her last day, she removed a single item from her personal files, a photograph of the doll maker with his collection. She sealed it in an envelope marked "Never Open" and locked it away. The new owners reported no disturbances, having decided to leave the attic untouched. But sometimes, on quiet nights, neighbors would report seeing a small shadow moving behind the attic window and hearing what sounded like the gentle laughter of a child. Story 15. It was a pocket dial, just static and muffled sounds. The operator almost ignored it until a voice cut through. A woman whispering frantically, "He's here." He then silence. The number led to an empty house, abandoned for years. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances. But in the dust-covered kitchen, the phone sat on the counter, screen glowing. The call had been made just minutes ago. Detective Morgan Reed pressed the playback button for the 5th time. The whisper haunted her, desperate, terrified, and impossible. The abandoned property had belonged to the Sullivan family before they relocated following a house fire that consumed most of the West Wing. Nobody had lived there since. The caretaker visited monthly and swore nobody had entered in years. "Background check on the number," Morgan asked her partner, Detective Walsh. "Registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter. She died 3 years ago in a car accident." Morgan stared at the evidence bag containing the phone. The case made no sense. A dead woman's phone making calls from an abandoned house. The dust on the counter had been disturbed only where the phone sat, as if it had materialized there. The forensic team found nothing useful. No fingerprints on the device except partial smudges that couldn't be identified. No footprints leading to or from the house. The doors remained locked, windows sealed. The recording became the centerpiece of their investigation, those 11 seconds of static, breathing, and 5 desperate words. Voice analysis confirmed it matched Catherine Sullivan's voice from old videos with 98% certainty. The timestamp showed the call occurred at the exact time Catherine had died 3 years prior, down to the minute. Morgan and Walsh interviewed everyone who knew Catherine. Her father, now remarried, seemed genuinely baffled. Her mother, living alone in a small apartment, broke down upon hearing the recording. "That's my Katie," she whispered. "She sounds so scared." Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her death, Mark Jennings, had an alibi for the night of the call. He was working a night shift at the hospital. verified by multiple witnesses and security footage. Besides, the house had been empty. The call couldn't have happened, yet it did. The investigation stalled until Morgan received a call from Catherine's mother. "I found something in her old things," she said, voice trembling. "Katie kept a journal, the last entry. You need to see this." The journal contained meticulous entries about Catherine's relationship with Mark. The loving beginning, followed by controlling behavior, isolation, and eventually fear. The final entry read, "He found out I'm leaving. He's furious. If anything happens to me, it wasn't an accident." Morgan confronted Mark again. His confident demeanor cracked under questioning about the journal. "You think I hurt Katie because of what she wrote? That's not evidence." "The accident report stated you were first on the scene," Morgan noted, "before emergency services. I was worried when she didn't arrive. I went looking for her. Her car went off a remote road. How did you know where to look?" His face paled. "I told you I was worried." Investigators revisited the accident scene. The car had been removed years ago, but Morgan ordered ground-penetrating radar of the area. They discovered something buried 20 feet from the crash site, Catherine's actual phone. The device they'd found in the house was her backup, kept at her parents' home. Forensic analysis of the buried phone revealed deleted texts between Catherine and her sister the night she died. "Mark found out I'm leaving him. He's following me in his car. And later, he's forcing me off the road." The medical examiner re-examined photographs from Catherine's autopsy. The injuries weren't consistent with the crash alone. There were defensive wounds on her hands, bruising patterns suggesting strangulation. When police arrived to arrest Mark, they found him gone. His apartment contained a shrine to Catherine photographs, belongings he'd stolen from her family, and newspaper clippings about her death. Among his possessions, they discovered an audio manipulation software and scripts showing how he'd created the ghost call by splicing Catherine's voice from old recordings. The call had been his twisted way of revisiting his crime, a game to confuse investigators and Catherine's still grieving family. The investigation expanded to other cases where Mark had worked as an emergency responder. 2 more suspicious deaths of young women emerged, both ruled accidents. Both had been in relationships with Mark. 6 days into the manhunt, officers spotted Mark's vehicle parked outside the Sullivan house. Inside, they found him sitting in the kitchen, staring at a phone identical to Catherine's. He offered no resistance during arrest. "She wouldn't stay quiet," he told Morgan during interrogation. "Even after I silenced her, she kept talking, kept accusing me. I needed everyone to hear her, to think she was still somewhere out there. A ghost can't testify against me." The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before finding Mark guilty of first-degree murder. As the verdict was read, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest. Justice had finally arrived, not through supernatural means, but through the voice Catherine had left behind in her words, her fears documented in ink, her final desperate attempts to reach safety. The phone from the abandoned house now sits in the evidence locker. Sometimes officers swear they hear it ring, though its battery was removed long ago. Catherine's story lives on, not as a ghost tale, but as a reminder that victims find ways to speak, even when their voices have been silenced. Story 16. The apartment was old, the heating system groaned, the pipes rattled. It was nothing unusual. At least that's what she told herself until she heard it. A voice, faint but distinct, carried through the vents. It wasn't the usual murmurs of a neighbor on the phone. It was whispering, calling her name. She pressed her ear against the grate, heart pounding. A breath of cold air rushed past her cheek, and then softly, almost playfully, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood motionless in the center of the vacant apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been pried from the wall. The forensics team worked methodically around her, cameras flashing as they documented the scene. The victim, Alina Reeves, had been missing for 7 days before the building manager noticed the smell. What they found inside the ventilation system defied explanation. "She reported hearing voices through the vents," said Officer Patel, reading from his notepad. "Building management dismissed her concerns, said the old heating system made strange noises." Shaw knelt beside the vent, noting the scratch marks around its edges. "These weren't made by tools," she murmured. The gouges in the metal were deep, frantic fingernails desperately trying to remove the cover from the inside. The victim had been popular, well-liked, a kindergarten teacher with a warm smile and a collection of houseplants that still thrived on her windowsill. Her students had made her cards when she didn't show up for work. Her sister had filed the missing persons report. She became paranoid in the weeks before her disappearance, the sister had explained during her interview. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Alina was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. "I thought it was stress from work." Shaw studied the apartment with new eyes, the perfectly made bed, the unwashed coffee mug in the sink, the chair positioned directly beneath the vent, as if someone had been sitting there listening. The forensics report revealed unexpected details. Fibers caught in the vent grating matched those from the victim's favorite cardigan. A partial fingerprint not Alina's was found on the inside of the vent cover. Most disturbing were the audio recordings recovered from Alina's phone. Shaw listened to them alone in her car, the rain drumming against the roof. Alina's voice came first, hesitant and frightened. "If you're real, say something." Silence stretched for 20 seconds before a response came, a whisper so faint Shaw had to turn the volume to maximum. "Alina, sweet Alina, let me in." The background check on the building yielded unsettling history. 7 tenants had vacated the apartment in the past decade, each breaking their lease early. 2 had filed complaints about noises in the walls. 1 had been treated for carbon monoxide poisoning, claiming hallucinations of voices calling from the vents. The building superintendent, a man named Harold Weber, had worked there for 15 years. His personnel file showed no red flags, though Shaw noted he possessed keys to every apartment. During questioning, he maintained an unnerving calmness. "The building makes noises," he said with a shrug. "People get spooked. Nothing supernatural about old pipes and settling foundations." But when Shaw asked about the previous tenants of apartment 4B, his demeanor shifted subtly. A tightening around the eyes, a slight tension in his shoulders. "I don't keep track of everyone who comes and goes," he replied, eyes fixed on a point beyond her shoulder. The investigation took an unexpected turn when forensics discovered a hidden access panel in Alina's bathroom, concealed behind a loose tile. It connected to a narrow maintenance passage that ran between the walls, providing access to the ventilation system throughout the building. Inside this passage, they found a collection of items: a flashlight, a water bottle, food wrappers. Someone had been living within the walls, watching, listening, whispering. Shaw ordered a search of Weber's apartment. It was immaculate, almost sterile in its tidiness. Nothing out of place, nothing personal, until they checked his computer. The files were organized by apartment numbers. Inside folder 4B were hundreds of audio recordings, conversations, phone calls, the sound of Alina singing in the shower, pictures taken through vents and tiny holes drilled in walls. A digital journal documented his relationship with her. "She hears me now," one entry read. "She listens for me, waits for me. Soon I will invite her into the walls with me." The most damning evidence came from a small storage unit rented under Weber's name. Inside, they discovered artifacts from previous tenants, jewelry, photographs, clothing preserved like trophies, a shrine to his connections with the people he watched. Weber was arrested trying to board a bus in the dead of night. He offered no resistance, only smiled serenely as the handcuffs closed around his wrists. "They all hear me eventually," he told Shaw during interrogation. "The building speaks to them through me." The coroner determined Alina had been alive when she entered the ventilation system, likely coaxed in through the hidden passage. Sedative traces in her system suggested she was drugged. She had become disoriented in the maze of metal ducts, her oxygen depleting as she crawled deeper into the building's lungs, following the whispers that promised safety ahead. The families of former tenants came forward after the arrest. Some reported missing items. Others described loved ones who had become anxious, paranoid, convinced they were being watched. A pattern emerged spanning years, a predator hiding within the walls, selecting his victims, studying them, speaking to them through the vents until the whispers became their reality. At trial, Weber maintained an eerie composure. His attorney pursued an insanity defense, presenting psychological evaluations describing delusions of symbiosis with the building. The prosecution countered with evidence of meticulous planning, the modified vents, the carefully maintained passages, the detailed records of his victims' habits. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning their verdict, guilty on all counts. As Weber was led from the courtroom, he turned to Shaw with a smile that never reached his eyes. "They'll still hear me," he said. "The building remembers, the whispers never stop." The apartment building stands vacant now. Despite renovations, new owners, fresh paint, no one stays long. Residents report strange sounds from the vents, whispers in the walls, cold drafts that carry voices. The heating system groans, the pipes rattle, it's nothing unusual. At least that's what they tell themselves. Story 17. The new tenants thought it was just peeling wallpaper, but as they stripped it away, the layers beneath told a different story. Scrawled in ink over and over was a name, the same name filling every inch of the wall, written in frantic, uneven script. It wasn't the name of the previous owners. It wasn't in any of the records, but when they searched it online, they found a single result, a missing persons case from decades ago. And the worst part, the woman in the photo looked exactly like the one who had sold them the house. Michael and Sarah Klein never intended to renovate the Victorian-era home immediately. The charming old residence came at a surprisingly reasonable price, and the previous owner, a quiet, elegant woman with silver-streaked dark hair, had seemed eager to sell, mentioning she was relocating across the country. The couple had been drawn to the home's character, its ornate woodwork and high ceilings telling stories of another era. It started with a simple water stain in the master bedroom. Sarah noticed a yellowish discoloration spreading across the floral wallpaper. When Michael pressed his fingers against it, the paper gave way, revealing another layer beneath. Curiosity piqued. They began carefully peeling back the damaged section. The first layer revealed outdated paisley patterns from what they guessed was the 1970s. Beneath that, striped paper from an earlier decade. But as they continued, something unexpected emerged in the third layer down. Writing, dark ink against faded beige paper. Not random scribbles, but a name, Elena Winters, written over and over, the handwriting becoming increasingly desperate and erratic across the wall. "Who's Elena Winters?" Sarah whispered, her fingers tracing the manic script. The discovery unsettled them both. That night, Michael sat at their kitchen island, laptop open, searching property records. The house had changed hands several times over the decades. No Elena Winters appeared in any documentation. The woman who sold them the house was listed as Margaret Cavendish. Sarah joined him, coffee mug in hand. Try searching just the name. The internet search yielded sparse results until they found an archived newspaper article, digitized from microfiche. Elena Winters, age 27, reported missing during winter months. The black and white photograph showed a young woman with dark hair and distinctive eyes that matched those of Margaret Cavendish, the woman who had sold them the house. "This article is from 30 years ago," Michael said, voice barely audible above the hum of the refrigerator. "Margaret would be about the right age now, but..." Sarah swallowed hard. The missing woman never had closure. No body found, no suspects named. Their curiosity evolved into an obsession. Sarah contacted the previous homeowners, working backward through county records. The renovation halted as they devoted evenings to their makeshift investigation. They learned that Margaret Cavendish had owned the house for only 7 months before selling to them, unusual considering the extensive paperwork and inspection process they'd endured. The detective assigned to the cold case had retired years ago. When Michael tracked him down, the man remembered the case immediately. His voice crackled over the speakerphone as he described the investigation. Elena Winters was reported missing by her roommate. No signs of struggle at her apartment. Her car found abandoned near the highway. The case went cold fast, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play, just vanished. Michael hesitated before asking, "Did you ever interview a Margaret Cavendish?" Silence hung heavy on the line. Number name doesn't ring a bell. Why? When they explained their discovery and showed him photos of both women side by side via email, the retired detective promised to make some calls. Within days, a detective from the current force contacted them, requesting permission to examine the wall. Their home became an active investigation scene. Forensics teams carefully documented and removed sections of the wallpaper. Analysis revealed that the ink dated back approximately 30 years. Handwriting experts compared the wall writings to samples of Elena's handwriting from old journals provided by her family. The results were inconclusive. Meanwhile, Sarah discovered a hidden space beneath the floorboards in the bedroom closet. Inside lay a driver's license belonging to Elena Winters, alongside several other identification cards bearing different names. All featured the same face with subtle variations: hair color, glasses, expressions. The final ID, Margaret Cavendish, matched their home cellar. When police attempted to locate Margaret using the forwarding address she'd provided, they discovered it non-existent. Her phone number no longer worked. The bank account that received their payment had been closed. Margaret Cavendish had disappeared, much like Alina Winters had decades earlier. Then came the revelation that fundamentally altered the investigation. DNA analysis of hair strands recovered from deep within the wall cavity matched Alina Winters, but fingerprints lifted from the writing itself matched another profile entirely, one belonging to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had been committed to a mental institution shortly after Alina's disappearance. Rebecca Eldridge had been diagnosed with severe dissociative identity disorder. She had escaped from the institution multiple times over the years. Her medical records revealed something chilling. One of her documented alternate personalities called herself Alina. The investigation uncovered that Rebecca had been Alina's childhood friend, obsessed with her to the point of emulation. When Alina rejected her increasingly disturbing advances, something in Rebecca fractured. She had taken Alina's identity literally and figuratively and created an elaborate web of personalities to maintain the illusion. The scrawled name represented Rebecca's desperate attempt to maintain her grip on reality, to remember who she truly was beneath the assumed identities. The wall had become both confession and prison, a physical manifestation of her fractured psyche. Sarah and Michael watched from their front porch as forensic teams excavated specific sections of their backyard, guided by ground-penetrating radar that had detected anomalies beneath the surface. The cold case had suddenly become very warm. The remains recovered from beneath the garden belonged to Alina Winters. Rebecca Eldridge, known to Michael and Sarah as Margaret Cavendish, was eventually apprehended attempting to cross the border with yet another identity. When confronted with evidence, the personality presenting as Margaret collapsed, and another emerged, one who confessed to killing Alina in a jealous rage. The names on the wall had been both memorial and manifestation of guilt, written by a fractured mind trying to hold onto fragments of truth despite itself. For Alina's family, justice arrived 3 decades late. For Michael and Sarah, their dream home became infamous, a footnote in true crime history, forever known as the house where the walls themselves confessed to murder. Story 18. The old library was set to be demolished. The workers were nearly done when one of them stumbled upon a hidden latch in the bookshelf. With a soft click, the entire case swung open, revealing a narrow passage leading to a hidden room. The air inside was thick, untouched for decades. There was no furniture, just a chair in the center, bolted to the floor. And on the wall, scratched over and over, the same phrase repeated, "I am still here." The construction foreman radioed for the police. What began as a routine demolition quickly transformed into something far more sinister. The responding detective, Morgan Walsh, had seen his share of unusual crime scenes during his 20 years on the force, but nothing quite like this. He stood in the doorway, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the disturbing message that covered the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh instructed the officers, his voice echoing in a confined space. "No one touches anything until forensics arrives." The history of the building painted an intriguing background. The library had been privately owned by the Harrington family, prominent figures in the community who had donated the building to the public after the unexplained disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished during her final year of college, leaving behind no trace except her abandoned car found near the woods. The case had gone cold despite extensive searches and interviews. The prevailing theory suggested she had run away to start a new life, though her family never accepted this explanation. They had insisted something more sinister had occurred. As forensic technicians carefully examined the hidden room, they discovered hair and fiber samples embedded in the chair. The scratches on the wall contained minute traces of blood and skin cells under the layers of dust. Initial testing indicated the biological material was consistent with a young female. The chair was designed to restrain someone, the forensic analyst noted, pointing to the bolt holes and weathered leather straps still attached to the arms. Whoever was kept here struggled intensely. Walsh assembled a team to dive into the Harrington family history. Something about the timing of the library donation nagged at him. It had been gifted to the community merely weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, a peculiar coincidence that now seemed potentially significant. Further investigation revealed another disturbing detail. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor who had worked exclusively for Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records showed substantial payments to this contractor, far exceeding standard renovation costs. Former library staff were interviewed, each expressing shock at the discovery. None had known about the hidden space, though one elderly librarian recalled Maxwell spending countless hours alone in that section of the building after hours. She had assumed he was merely an avid reader seeking privacy. Maxwell always insisted that particular section remain untouched during renovations, she told investigators. He claimed the original woodwork was historically significant and irreplaceable. The investigation intensified when forensic results confirmed the DNA from the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's hairbrush recovered from her old bedroom. The timeline became clearer and more disturbing. Rebecca had not run away. She had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, potentially by someone within her own family. Detectives obtained a warrant to search the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, they discovered a leather-bound journal hidden in a false bottom drawer. The journal contained detailed entries spanning several months, describing an unhealthy obsession with his niece. The final entry was the most chilling. She threatened to tell everyone, "I cannot allow that. The room will hold her until she understands." Investigators tracked down Maxwell, now living in a coastal retirement community. During questioning, he maintained his composure initially, dismissing the hidden room as an architectural curiosity he knew nothing about. But when presented with the journal and DNA evidence, his fa-ide crumbled. She was going to ruin everything, he finally admitted, his voice flat and emotionless. Rebecca discovered financial documents proving I had been embezzling from the family foundation for years. The family name meant everything. I couldn't let her destroy it. The confession painted a horrific picture. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and imprisoned her in the hidden room. He had planned to keep her there until she agreed to silence, but something went wrong. During one of his visits, Rebecca had attempted to escape. In the struggle that followed, he had killed her. "I panicked," Maxwell stated during his recorded confession. "I buried her beneath the floorboards of the room and sealed it shut. Then I donated the building to ensure no one would ever renovate that section." Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the floor of the hidden room. Excavation revealed Rebecca's skeletal remains, still wearing the silver bracelet her parents had given her for her 20th birthday. The Harrington family attended Maxwell's sentencing, watching in somber silence as justice was finally delivered. Rebecca's mother clutched her daughter's recovered bracelet, the only piece of her they could bury properly after all these years. The library demolition was halted indefinitely as it became a site for mourning and reflection. Community members left flowers at the entrance, honoring a life cut short and a truth that had waited patiently behind a bookshelf to be discovered. In a sad twist of irony, it was Rebecca who had the final word. Her message, "I am still here," scratched desperately on the walls, had indeed ensured she would never be forgotten, and that justice, however delayed, would eventually find its way to the light. Story 19. It arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. A single brass key worn with time. The homeowner didn't recognize it, but something about it felt familiar. When she slid it into every lock she owned, nothing turned. It wasn't hers. But when she placed it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime despite having been broken for years. Sarah Miller reported the strange occurrence to authorities after finding the mysterious key. What seemed like an odd mishap soon unraveled into one of the most disturbing criminal investigations the quiet suburban neighborhood had ever witnessed. The responding officer initially dismissed her concerns. A key in the mail, perhaps a mistake, he suggested. But Sarah insisted something felt wrong. The officer reluctantly took the key as evidence, mostly to appease her, placing it in a small evidence bag that would later become central to a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon received the case filed during the morning briefing. A veteran investigator with the Special Victims Unit, he had developed an intuition for cases that would evolve beyond their seemingly innocuous beginnings. The brass key sat on his desk, unremarkable yet somehow unsettling. Background checks revealed Sarah had no criminal history. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with 2 adult children living across the country. Nothing suspicious in her financial records, phone logs, or social media. She appeared to be exactly what she claimed, an innocent recipient of something strange. The forensic team found no fingerprints on the key besides Sarah's. The envelope yielded nothing except a generic postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA, no trace evidence. The key itself was a standard Schlage, available at any hardware store, though well-worn and at least several years old. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database. A cold case from 7 years prior had documented an identical key pattern belonging to a storage unit where investigators had found blood-stained carpet, cutting tools, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had stalled without sufficient evidence to identify a suspect. Harmon pulled the dusty case files. The detective who had worked the case had since retired. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, paid in cash. Surveillance footage had long been overwritten. The evidence collected had yielded partial DNA samples, but no matches in any criminal database. The photographs recovered from the storage unit showed 5 different women, all appearing unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the original investigation, all reported missing but never found. Their cases remained open, classified as suspected homicides without bodies. Sarah Miller recognized none of the women when shown the photographs. She grew increasingly anxious as the investigation proceeded, installing new locks and a security system in her home. The question lingered, why had someone sent her this key? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence using newer techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and run through genealogical databases. This yielded a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Working backward through family trees, investigators narrowed their focus to Harold Jenkins, who had lived 2 streets away from Sarah Miller until moving away approximately 6 years ago. His current whereabouts were unknown. Further investigation revealed Jenkins had been a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah taught, though they had minimal documented interaction. His employment records showed scattered work history, long unexplained gaps, and frequent relocations. His former residence yielded nothing unusual upon inspection. Neighbors described him as quiet, unremarkable, someone who kept to himself, the common refrain that often follows revelations about predators hiding in plain sight. The big question remained unanswered: why send the key now? Why to Sarah Miller? Harmon theorized it might be a trophy, a warning, or perhaps a macabre invitation. The search for Jenkins intensified. His driver's license hadn't been renewed, no credit card activity, no tax returns. The digital breadcrumbs people typically leave behind were conspicuously absent, suggesting an intentional effort to remain untraceable. The true horror of the case emerged when authorities investigated a small cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the weathered wooden floorboards, investigators discovered a concealed room accessible only through a trapdoor. Inside, meticulously organized shelves held dozens of identical brass keys, each with a name and date engraved on a small attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs. The remaining keys, 27 in total, presented a horrifying implication of additional victims previously unknown to authorities. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams recovered human remains. The excavation continued for weeks as investigators unearthed multiple bodies in varying states of decomposition. Sarah received round-the-clock protection as the manhunt for Jenkins expanded nationwide. Behavioral analysts suggested the key represented a twisted invitation, Jenkins selecting Sarah as someone to appreciate his work. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that spread rapidly across national headlines. Fear permeated the community as residents questioned how such horror had existed among them undetected. Detection dogs tracked a scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness. Search teams combed dense forest areas. Thermal imaging drones scanned terrain too dangerous for ground teams. The manhunt became one of the largest in regional history. A wildlife photographer hiking in remote woods captured an image of someone matching Jenkins' description. The grainy photograph showed a bearded man with hollow eyes carrying a backpack, heading deeper into the wilderness. Authorities closed in on the area, establishing a perimeter. Tactical teams navigated difficult terrain while psychological profilers predicted Jenkins would not surrender. They anticipated he might have prepared for this contingency with hidden supplies and escape routes. The final confrontation occurred when a patrol officer encountered Jenkins attempting to cross a river. Rather than surrender, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, where he barricaded himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Negotiators attempted communication for hours without response. When tactical teams finally breached the tower, they found Jenkins dead from a self-inflicted wound. Beside his body lay a journal containing detailed accounts of his crimes, alongside a single brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Inside a waterproof container, investigators discovered additional evidence, including photographs, maps marking burial locations, and personal effects taken from victims, a methodically preserved record of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly. "You never noticed me, but I noticed everything about you. The key opens nothing because what I wanted to give you cannot be unlocked with metal, only with recognition. Now everyone will remember my name." The subsequent investigation identified 32 victims in total. Families who had spent years wondering about missing loved ones finally received answers, though the closure came with the unbearable weight of confirmed tragedy. Sarah never returned to her home, unable to reconcile the horror that had brushed so close to her ordinary life. The grandfather clock that had mysteriously chimed was examined and found to contain a small wireless receiver. Jenkins had been watching, waiting for the moment she received his gift. The case remains one of the most disturbing examples of predatory behavior hiding beneath a veneer of normalcy. Psychological researchers continue studying Jenkins' writings, seeking insights to identify similar offenders before they act. And somewhere in an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys sits in silent testimony to lives cut short, each key opening nothing, yet unlocking a devastating truth about the darkness that sometimes hides behind unremarkable facades. Story 20. Renovations were always bound to uncover strange things: old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs. But when the couple pulled up the floorboards, they didn't expect to find a letter folded neatly beneath the wood. The paper was brittle, the ink faded, but the message was clear: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could react, 3 sharp raps echoed through the empty house. The discovery sent chills down their spines. Sarah and Michael had purchased the Victorian-era home at an estate auction, charmed by its ornate moldings and rich history. They never imagined their renovation project would unearth something so unsettling. Detective Alina Reed arrived with her partner, the floorboards still pulled up, exposing the dark cavity beneath. Her weathered hands, marked by years of handling evidence, carefully extracted the note using gloved fingers. The couple had touched it already unavoidable contamination. Reed studied their faces as they recounted the knocking sound. Their fear seemed genuine. Background checks revealed nothing suspicious about Sarah and Michael. Newlyweds, good credit, stable jobs. The house, however, had a more complex history. Previously owned by the Hargrove family for decades, it had been vacant for 2 years following the death of the last resident, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly widow who lived alone. Neighbors described Margaret as reclusive but pleasant. No known enemies, no suspicious circumstances around her death, natural causes, according to the coroner, yet something felt off. Forensic analysis dated the note to approximately 20 years earlier. The handwriting exhibited signs of distress. Pressure points suggested fear or urgency. Margaret would have been in her 60s then, living with her husband, Franklin, who had passed away 5 years before her. Reed expanded her investigation, digging through county records and interviewing former acquaintances of the Hargroves. Franklin had been respected in the community, a retired teacher with a passion for woodworking. Several pieces of his handcrafted furniture still remained in the house. A former student of Franklin's remembered him as kind but troubled during his final teaching years. He became paranoid, the student recalled, kept mentioning someone watching him. We all thought it was early dementia. The breakthrough came when Reed interviewed Margaret's sister, now living in a nursing home. Her memory faded in and out, but certain details remained sharp. Margaret was afraid of him near the end, she whispered. Not Franklin, no. The man who came knocking, the collector. Reed leaned forward, the collector. Franklin owed money, gambling debts. The man would come knocking. 3 times, always 3 knocks. Margaret wanted to sell the house to pay him off, but Franklin refused. Reed returned to the house, this time with a forensic team. They removed more floorboards, searching the crawl space methodically. The cadaver dogs found it first beneath the foundation, wrapped in plastic. A male skeleton, skull fractured in multiple places. Dental records confirmed it wasn't Franklin Hargrove. Franklin had been cremated, his ashes scattered according to his wishes. This was someone else, someone who had never been reported missing. Further excavation revealed more a wallet preserved inside the plastic. The ID inside belonged to Victor Mercer, known to police as a loan shark and collector for an illegal gambling operation. He had vanished 20 years ago without a trace. The case pieced itself together through forensic evidence and Margaret's diaries found hidden in the attic. Franklin had accrued substantial gambling debts. When Mercer came to collect with threats against Margaret, Franklin snapped. The workshop tools became weapons. The crawl space became a tomb. The note became a warning. Margaret had helped clean up, not out of malice, but out of fear and devotion. Her diaries revealed the torment she lived with afterward. I hear the knocking sometimes, even when nobody's there. 3 knocks, always 3. Franklin says it's my imagination. After Franklin died of a heart attack, Margaret lived alone in the house, never remarrying, never moving, keeping the secret beneath her feet. Her diary entries became increasingly paranoid. The knocking continues. I fear someone knows. The case was officially closed. The remains of Victor Mercer were returned to his remaining family. Justice, cold and delayed, had finally been served. Sarah and Michael sold the house, unable to live with its history. It remains vacant, the renovations abandoned. Local rumors claim that sometimes, in the dead of night, 3 distinct knocks can be heard echoing through the empty halls. Whether it's the settling of old wood or something more sinister remains unknown. The note remains in evidence storage, its message a chilling reminder: don't trust the one who knocked. Margaret never specified whether she meant Mercer, Franklin, or perhaps someone else entirely, someone who had discovered their secret and used it to torment her in her final years. Some mysteries, Detective Reed noted in her final report, are never fully solved, even when we think we know the truth. Story 21. She stepped in through the front door, dust swirling in the stale air. The house had been abandoned for years, its walls peeling, its furniture draped in sheets. Exploring felt like stepping into a frozen moment in time except for one thing. The doors, every one of them led back to the same room. No matter where she walked, no matter which handle she turned, she always ended up back in the parlor. The only way out was the way she came in. But when she turned back, the front door was gone. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body transformed the abandoned Victorian from local curiosity to crime scene. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, watching forensic technicians move through the dim interior like ghosts. The house had acquired a certain notoriety among locals, the house where compasses spun wildly, where people reported feeling watched. Now it held secrets far darker than urban legends. Initial examination suggests she's been dead approximately 3 days, the medical examiner said, his voice barely above a whisper. Cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, positioned to face the main entrance as if waiting for someone. Her expression peaceful, hands folded neatly in her lap, no signs of struggle, no defensive wounds. The scene possessed an eerie stillness that experienced investigators found unsettling. "Who reported finding the body?" Lind asked, scanning her notes. "Real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner responded. "They entered, saw her sitting there, thought she was trespassing until they got closer." The house had remained unoccupied since the death of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years earlier. Family disputes had left the property in legal limbo, unwanted, unsold, and largely forgotten except by vandals and thrill seekers. Morgan Pierce was 26, a graduate student researching architectural anomalies for her thesis. Friends described her as methodical, ambitious, and fascinated by spaces that defied conventional design. The abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for disorienting visitors, would have been irresistible to her. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Said Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. The investigation revealed Morgan had visited the house multiple times in the weeks before her death. Her journal entries described strange acoustic properties, unexpected cold spots, and doors that seemed to lead to different rooms each time she opened them. In her final entry, she wrote of bringing specialized equipment to document what she called spatial inconsistencies. That equipment was nowhere to be found. The autopsy revealed an unexpected detail: trace amounts of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant used in certain shamanic rituals. The substance was known to cause disorientation and vivid hallucinations, but not in quantities sufficient to be lethal. She wasn't a recreational drug user, her boyfriend insisted during questioning. Morgan was rigorous about her research methods. She wouldn't have compromised her perception deliberately. Digital forensics recovered fragments of deleted messages on Morgan's phone, conversations with someone who shared her fascination with the house, someone who claimed to understand its secrets. The messages grew increasingly intimate and cryptic. "The house remembers what happened there," one message read. "It wants someone to know." The investigation led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had corresponded with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had drawn her attention, and their professional relationship had evolved into something more personal. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely devastated by her death. "The house has a reputation," he explained. "The original architect incorporated optical illusions and false perspectives. He designed it to confuse and disorient. Morgan believed there was something more to it, something beyond tricks of design." But Reeves had an alibi for the estimated time of death. Security footage showed him giving a lecture at a university symposium several hours away. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source: Eleanor Blackwood's grandson, now living abroad. When contacted by investigators, he revealed a family secret kept buried for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the only Blackwood to die in that house," he said. there were others, always found in the parlor, always looking peaceful. The family called it the claiming. He provided investigators with journals dating back decades, documenting deaths initially ruled as heart failure or stroke. The pattern was unmistakable. Individuals who spent significant time in the house eventually succumbed to what the family euphemistically called the influence. A secondary search of the property revealed a hidden compartment behind the parlor fireplace. Inside, investigators found Morgan's missing equipment and something else. A small chamber containing artifacts from numerous indigenous cultures, arranged in a precise geometric pattern. At the center sat a carved figurine, its features worn smooth by handling across generations. Analysis identified the carving as representing a deity associated with liminal spaces, thresholds between worlds. Residue on the artifacts matched the alkaloid found in Morgan's system. The case took another turn when forensic analysis of dust patterns in the house indicated someone else had been present when Morgan died. Partial fingerprints not matching Morgan's or any known visitors were recovered from doorknobs throughout the house. 3 weeks into the investigation, Adam Reeves was found dead in his apartment. Like Morgan, he was seated facing the entrance, expression peaceful, with the same alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that matched no lock in his apartment, but fit perfectly into the hidden compartment in the Victorian. In his final email sent to himself as if preserving a record, Reeves wrote, "The house doesn't trap you physically, it traps your perception. Morgan was right, the doors led where they've always led, but something makes you think you're going in circles. Once you realize the truth, you can leave any time, but by then you don't want to." The case officially remains open, classified as suspicious deaths under investigation. The Victorian has since been condemned, access restricted by authorities. Yet rumors persist of lights seen inside during certain nights and of visitors who enter but are never seen leaving. Some locals insist the house claims those who understand its secrets too well. Others believe Morgan and Reeves discovered something powerful and ancient, something that exists in the spaces between conventional reality. The truth remains as elusive as an exit in a house where all doors lead back to the beginning. Story 22. The current was slow that morning, the water glassy and still. The fisherman almost didn't notice the suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first he thought someone had dumped old clothes, but as he waded closer, the stench hit him thick, cloying, unmistakable. The case was wrapped in chains, its edges rusted from exposure. When authorities pried it open, they didn't find clothes, they found hair, fingers curled into a frozen grasp, and at the bottom a note, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer pressed her handkerchief to her nose as she surveyed the grim scene. The victim was female, mid-30s, with dark hair and pale skin now mottled from water exposure. The medical examiner worked methodically, documenting every detail before the body was removed. What struck Mercer most wasn't the method of disposal, but the care taken with the victim's appearance: nails manicured, hair recently styled, wearing expensive clothing. She wasn't killed here, Mercer noted, watching the water lap against the muddy shoreline. She was prepared, displayed. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a real estate agent known for selling high-end properties. Divorced, no children, she lived alone in an upscale neighborhood. Her colleagues described her as ambitious, meticulous, and private. She had been reported missing by her assistant when she failed to appear at an important showing with wealthy clients. She would never miss that appointment. the assistant insisted during questioning. That sale would have been her biggest commission ever. Investigators combed through Walsh's modernist home. Everything was pristine, almost too perfect. Designer furniture arranged just so, not a speck of dust on any surface. The refrigerator contained perfectly organized meals in identical containers, labeled by day. Her closet revealed clothing arranged by color, shoes in protective bags. The anomaly was in her home office, a drawer slightly ajar. Inside, investigators found a leather-bound journal. The last entry read, "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Digital forensics revealed something curious in Walsh's email. Dozens of messages from unknown accounts. All contained the same phrase, "I see your perfection." All sent at exactly the same time on different days. Her browser history showed repeated searches for home security systems and personal protection devices. Detective Mercer connected these findings with evidence from the crime scene, the careful arrangement of the body, the presentation. "Our killer is methodical," she told her partner. "This wasn't rage, this was ritual." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A local pawnshop owner recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace missing from her personal effects. The man who'd pawned it was a regular Michael Linden, a quiet, unremarkable maintenance worker. Surveillance footage showed Linden entering Walsh's building multiple times over several months, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without. Always during times when she would be away showing properties. When detectives searched Linden's modest apartment, they found the walls covered with photos of Walsh and other women, all similar in appearance, all taken without their knowledge. Some were crossed out with red marker. Walsh was the third. Behind a false wall in his closet, investigators discovered a shrine. Items belonging to each victim laid out with precision: a brush with strands of hair, lipstick-stained tissues, receipts, keys. Each collection contained a small notebook detailing daily routines, preferences, habits. The interrogation room felt cold when Linden was brought in. With his neat appearance and soft-spoken manner, he seemed incapable of violence. Yet when confronted with evidence, his demeanor never changed. "They were imperfect," he finally said, voice flat. "They presented themselves as flawless, but I saw through it. Catherine's left desk drawer was always disorganized. She missed a spot when she applied her lipstick. Her perfection was a lie." The search for the first two victims mentioned in his note led investigators to remote areas where two more suitcases were recovered. Both contained women with similar appearances to Walsh, both real estate agents who marketed themselves as having perfectionist attention to detail. During his trial, Linden sat motionless, his expression blank as prosecutors detailed his methods. He had stalked each woman for months, learning their routines, entering their homes, studying their lives. When he finally took them, he corrected what he perceived as their flaws, washing and styling their hair, applying makeup with precision, dressing them in their finest clothes before ending their lives. The families of the victims watched in silence as the judge delivered a life sentence without possibility of parole. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, but questions lingered. What triggered Linden's obsession with these particular women? What perceived imperfection in himself was he trying to erase through these acts? The river continued its slow journey downstream, waters eventually clearing of all evidence. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk sat copies of those chilling notebooks, reminders that behind closed doors, in seemingly ordinary lives, darkness sometimes lurks beneath the surface. And sometimes the most dangerous predators are those hiding in plain sight, watching, waiting for a single flaw to reveal itself. Story 23. The envelope was old, its edges yellowed, but the stamp was fresh mailed just days ago. The detective opened it carefully. Inside was a single sheet of paper, its message typed in a hurried, uneven font. I am sorry for what I did. The paper felt damp. The smell of iron clung to it. Only then did they notice the reddish smear along the bottom edge. It wasn't ink. Detective Sarah Morgan placed the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved fingers handling it with practiced precision. The forensics team had already confirmed what she suspected. The reddish stain was human blood, and it matched DNA collected from an unsolved homicide case that had haunted the department for years. The victim had been a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, found in her apartment with multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, her notes scattered across the floor, suggesting the attack might have been connected to a story she was working on. The case had gone cold despite hundreds of interviews and countless hours of investigation. Now this letter had arrived at the police department, addressed simply to Homicide Division. The paper and envelope revealed few fingerprints, only smudges, suggesting the sender had worn gloves. The postmark offered their first real light in months. Morgan assembled her team in the briefing room. The walls were covered with crime scene photos, timelines, and suspect profiles that had led nowhere. She pinned the image of the letter at the center of the board. This changes everything, she told the room. Our killer feels remorse. Detective James Chen, who had been partnered with Morgan since the beginning of the case, studied the letter. Or wants us to think they do, he countered. The blood could be theatrical, a way to taunt us. The forensics team traced the typewriter's unique impression patterns to a model that hadn't been manufactured in decades. Rare, but not impossible to find. They began contacting antique shops and collectors throughout the region. As the investigation gained momentum, they revisited Rebecca's life. Her editor described her as tenacious, dedicated to exposing corruption. Her latest assignment had involved investigating a wealthy family with connections to local politics. The family patriarch had died recently, leaving behind a contentious will and siblings accusing each other of manipulation. The detectives interviewed Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes. During their first conversation months ago, he had appeared devastated, providing a solid alibi. Now, with the letter in evidence, they noticed subtle changes in his demeanor, nervous glances, a slight tremble in his hands. Rebecca mentioned someone was following her, he admitted during this new interview. I thought she was being paranoid because of her investigation. I should have listened. While the detectives pursued this angle, a second letter arrived. The same typewriter, the same blood. This time the message was longer. She knew too much about the family, about the inheritance, about what happened to the old man. I never meant for it to go that far. The investigation led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they interviewed the eldest son, Richard. His collection of antiques included several vintage typewriters. When asked about them, his explanation seemed rehearsed, too polished. The breakthrough came when the forensics team discovered microscopic fibers on the envelopes that matched custom stationery used exclusively by the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. Upon questioning, she revealed that Richard had asked to borrow her stationery a month earlier. A search warrant for Richard's home revealed a hidden room containing newspaper clippings about Rebecca, surveillance photos, and a vintage typewriter matching the one used for the letters. The blood analysis confirmed it belonged to Rebecca. What the detectives hadn't anticipated was the connection between Richard and Michael. Bank records showed substantial payments from Richard to Michael in the weeks before Rebecca's murder. When confronted, Michael broke down. She told me she found evidence that Richard had poisoned his father to speed up his inheritance, Michael confessed. I told Richard what she knew. It was just supposed to scare her into dropping the story. I never thought he would kill her. The final piece fell into place when a leaner came forward with a recording. She had secretly captured a conversation between Richard and Michael discussing how to deal with Rebecca. Richard's voice was clear. She needs to be silenced permanently. Richard was arrested while attempting to flee. The prosecution built their case around the letters, the typewriter, the financial transactions, and a leaner's recording. Michael took a plea deal in exchange for his testimony. During the trial, Richard maintained his innocence, claiming Michael had acted alone and was framing him. But the evidence was overwhelming. The jury deliberated for less than a day before returning a guilty verdict. As Richard was led away in handcuffs, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's parents in the courtroom. No words could bring back their daughter, but the conviction brought a measure of closure. The blood-stained letters remained in evidence storage, a reminder that even the most carefully planned crimes leave traces, and that remorse, whether genuine or tactical, can be the undoing of those who believe they've committed the perfect murder. The case of Rebecca Warren became a landmark example in detective training, teaching new investigators that sometimes the breakthrough doesn't come from high-tech forensics, but from something as simple as an old typewriter and the weight of guilt pressing down on a killer's conscience. Story 24. The coffee shop had been his routine for years. Same table, same order, same silence. The barista knew his face, but no one knew his name. One day he didn't show up. When the police checked his usual seat, they found a wallet left behind. Inside was a driver's license with a photo, but no name, no address, just a blank space where his identity should have been. When they pulled security footage, they saw something impossible. He had walked in. He had sat down, but he had never left. Detective Sarah Mercer pressed her fingertips against the cold metal table as she reviewed the security footage again. The stranger, now referred to as John Doe in the case files, appeared normal on camera. Average height, unremarkable features, wearing a navy coat and carrying a worn leather messenger bag. Nothing about him stood out, which made his disappearance all the more unsettling. "Play it again," she instructed the tech specialist. The footage showed John entering the coffee shop during the morning rush. He ordered his usual black coffee, no sugar, and made his way to the corner table partially hidden by a decorative plant. He sat down, opened his bag, removed a notebook, and began writing. Occasionally, he would sip his coffee and look out the window. Then came the crucial moment. He placed his wallet on the table, stood up, and walked toward the restroom hallway. But he never returned to his table. He never exited through any door. He simply vanished. "Check the bathroom footage," Mercer said. "That's the thing," replied the specialist. "He never entered any bathroom. We've checked every camera angle. It's like he dissolved into thin air." Back at the station, Mercer spread the contents of the wallet across her desk. The driver's license photo matched their mystery man, but where personal information should have been, there were only blank spaces. The credit cards bore no names, just 16-digit numbers that, when run through the system, connected to no existing accounts. Cash in various denominations, neatly organized. A receipt from the coffee shop dated 3 days prior. And a single business card blank on both sides, except for a phone number printed in faint gray ink. When Mercer dialed the number, the line connected, but no one spoke. She could hear what sounded like paper rustling, perhaps pages turning. After 30 seconds, the call disconnected. The barista who had served John for years couldn't provide much information. He never talked much, always polite though, tipped well. I think he might have had an accent, but he spoke so softly it was hard to tell. "Did he ever meet anyone here, have conversations?" Mercer asked. "Never, always alone, always writing in that notebook." The notebook remained on the table alongside the abandoned wallet. Its pages contained line after line of what appeared to be code or ciphered text. Cryptographers from the department struggled to make sense of it. Some pages contained sketches, architectural drawings of buildings that matched no known structures in the area. Mercer assigned officers to canvass the neighborhood with photos of John Doe. No one recognized him. No missing persons reports matched his description. His fingerprints weren't in any database. It was as if he existed solely within the confines of that coffee shop. During her investigation, Mercer noticed something odd about the security footage. Each morning when John entered the shop, the time stamp on the camera would flicker momentarily. The tech specialist dismissed it as a system glitch, but Mercer wasn't convinced. She returned to the coffee shop and sat at his table. From this vantage point, she could see both the entrance and the hallway leading to the restrooms. Between them hung an antique mirror, its frame ornately carved with symbols similar to those in John's notebook. When the shop owner arrived, Mercer questioned him about the mirror. "That thing been here longer than I have, came with the building. Heavy as sin, takes 2 men to move it." "Has it ever been moved for cleaning or redecorating?" "Not in my time, why?" Mercer approached the mirror, studying her reflection. The glass had a slight distortion to it, making the reflection seem deeper than it should be. She placed her hand on its surface, expecting cool glass, but instead felt an unusual warmth. The forensics team arrived to examine the mirror. When they removed it from the wall, they discovered a small hollow space behind it. Inside was a stack of identical wallets, each containing a driver's license with the same photo but blank information fields. Beside them sat a leather-bound journal filled with entries dating back decades, all written in the same hand as the notebook left on the table. The final entry read, "The experiment must end. They're getting closer. The window is closing." Investigators found fingerprints throughout the hidden space, all matching John Doe. Carbon dating of the earliest wallet suggested it was approximately 50 years old, yet the photo showed the same unaged face. The journal entries described what appeared to be experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference. References to crossing back and window points were scattered throughout. One paragraph stood out to Mercer. "The coffee shop serves as an anchor point, a place where realities intersect. The mirror acts as the gateway. When alignment occurs, passage becomes possible." As the investigation deepened, strange incidents began occurring around the coffee shop. Customers reported seeing their reflections move independently in the window glass. Several claimed to have spotted John Doe sitting at his usual table, though security cameras showed no one there. The break in the case came when an elderly woman contacted the police station asking about the investigation. She introduced herself as Margaret Keller, a former physicist who had worked on classified government projects. She recognized John Doe from the news reports. His name was Daniel Weston, she explained. He was a brilliant theoretical physicist who disappeared while working on an experimental project involving quantum mirror surfaces that could potentially allow matter to pass between parallel realities. Keller provided documents showing Weston had been presumed dead after a laboratory accident. The date of his disappearance matched the earliest entry in the journal found behind the mirror. He believed our reality was just one of many existing simultaneously, Keller continued. He theorized that certain locations served as weak points between these realities, places where someone could potentially cross over. Mercer returned to the coffee shop with this new information. The building, she discovered, stood on land that had once housed the very research facility where Weston had worked. The coffee shop had been built directly over the laboratory where he disappeared. The case reached its climax when Mercer, reviewing security footage alone late one night, noticed something on the recordings that previous viewings had missed. In the background, reflected in the mirror, John Doe Daniel Weston could be seen watching himself sitting at the table. Two versions of the same man existing simultaneously. When Mercer rushed to the coffee shop to re-examine the mirror, she found it shattered on the floor. Amidst the broken glass lay a final note written in the familiar handwriting. "The experiment is complete. The window is closed. Do not attempt to follow." The case of the man who didn't exist remains officially unsolved. The coffee shop closed shortly after the investigation, the building eventually demolished. Daniel Weston's body was never found. His notebooks and journals disappeared from the evidence room under mysterious circumstances. Detective Mercer resigned from the force soon after. Neighbors occasionally spot her sitting on her porch, writing frantically in a notebook identical to Weston's. On her wall hangs a fragment of an antique mirror, its surface sometimes appearing to ripple when no one is watching. Story 25. The Polaroid was decades old, a snapshot of a birthday long forgotten, smiling faces, candles flickering, nothing unusual. But when the daughter inherited the box of old photos, she saw it, a shape in the background behind the group, a man half hidden in shadow standing just outside the glow of the candles. He wasn't part of the family. No one remembered him being there, yet in every photo he was closer. Sarah Winters found the collection while cleaning out her mother's attic after the funeral. A cardboard box labeled simply "Memories" contained dozens of faded photographs chronicling family gatherings from her childhood. The discovery should have been comforting, a treasure trove of happier moments. Instead, it became the starting point of a nightmare. In the first photo, he was barely perceptible, a silhouette at the edge of the frame during her 7th birthday party. The dark figure stood near the sliding glass door, face obscured, watching. In the second photo, taken minutes later, he had moved inside. By the third, he stood behind her uncle. No one in the photos seemed aware of his presence. Sarah called her father, voice trembling as she described the discovery. "Dad, who is this man in the background of all these pictures?" Silence greeted her question, then a sharp intake of breath. "What man? There shouldn't be anyone but family." She took digital photos of the Polaroids and sent them to her father. He called back immediately, his voice uncharacteristically shaken. "That's not possible. We would have noticed a stranger." Detective Marcus Reed listened patiently as Sarah spread the photographs across his desk at the precinct. Rain tapped against the windows, casting shifting shadows across the evidence. The detective's weathered hands moved methodically from one photo to the next, eyes narrowing. "And no one recognized this individual?" he asked, voice neutral but interested. "No one," Sarah confirmed, "but look at the progression." She arranged the photos in sequence. The detective leaned forward, the metal chair creaking beneath his weight. What had initially seemed like paranoia suddenly took shape before his eyes. The figure moved deliberately through the party, photo by photo, inching closer to the children. In the final image, he stood directly behind Sarah's childhood self, one pale hand reaching toward her shoulder, just beyond the frame. "The photographer," Reed suggested, but his tone betrayed doubt. "My mother took all these." She set the timer and ran into the frame. The detective made copies and opened a case file. Within days, he had contacted everyone still alive who had attended the party. No one remembered the man, no servers had been hired, no neighbors had visited. The property had been remote, a countryside rental specifically chosen for privacy. Facial recognition software proved useless. The figure remained strategically obscured in each shot, as if aware of the camera's eye. Yet something about his posture seemed practiced, deliberate. The investigation might have stalled there had Sarah not discovered more photos in other family albums. Different gatherings, different years, same figure, always in the background, always unnoticed in the moment. A computer specialist enhanced the images, cleaning decades of degradation. Under harsh digital light, details emerged: a scar across the wrist, a distinctive ring, a partial reflection in a window showing facial features previously hidden in shadow. The breakthrough came from dental records. The teeth visible in one enhanced image matched those of Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who had disappeared after being questioned in connection with 3 child abductions across the region. Cases that had gone cold decades ago, cases that had occurred within weeks of the gatherings documented in the photos. Records showed Keller had worked for the company that cleaned the vacation property where Sarah's birthday was held. He had master keys to several rental properties throughout the area, properties where other families had gathered, properties where children had later vanished. When authorities searched the foundations of Keller's former residence, they discovered small items buried beneath the concrete. A hair clip matching the description of one worn by a missing girl. A toy car belonging to a boy who disappeared after a family reunion. A bracelet that Sarah recognized as her own one she thought had been lost during her childhood. Sarah sat alone in her apartment, surrounded by the photos that had unraveled decades of carefully concealed horrors. The detective had called earlier with news that they had identified remains found near one of the vacation properties. DNA confirmed it was one of the missing children. She stared at the final birthday photo. The candles cast a warm glow on the faces of her family, frozen in celebration. Behind her younger self, partially concealed by shadow but unmistakably present, the figure watched, patient, calculating, invisible to everyone in that moment of joy. The revelation had connected unsolved cases across decades. Families finally had answers, though not the ones they had prayed for. The shadow in the family photos had stepped into the light of justice, his presence finally acknowledged after years of hiding in plain sight. Sarah gathered the photos and placed them back in the box. They were evidence now. Proof that sometimes the most dangerous threats are those captured on film, but unseen by the eye-hidden figures who move through celebrations undetected, leaving only the faintest trace of their passage through frozen moments of time. Story 26. The package had no return label, no tracking number, just a cardboard box, slightly damp from the morning dew. It wasn't meant for her. Her address was right, but the name was wrong. She should have ignored it. Should have left it on the porch, but curiosity won. She peeled back the tape, expecting books, clothes, something harmless. Instead, inside was a VHS tape, a single sticky note attached. Watch alone. Sarah Miller stared at the black plastic rectangle resting in her palms. The weight felt wrong, somehow heavier than it should be, as if bearing the gravity of something forbidden. Her fingers traced the worn edges of the tape, feeling the small imperfections in the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the pressure marks of someone who pushed the pen too hard against paper, urgency in every stroke. The suburban neighborhood around her continued its mundane symphony, a dog barking in the distance, children playing somewhere beyond her fence, the mechanical hum of a lawnmower cutting through the morning air. Normal life carried on, unaware of what had just been delivered. Sarah brought the package inside, setting it on her kitchen counter while doubt crept into her mind. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, meant nothing to her. She had lived in the house for nearly 4 years and never received mail for anyone by that name. The previous owners had been the Johnsons, an elderly couple who moved to be closer to their grandchildren. Curiosity and unease battled within her as she glanced at her VCR, a relic she kept mostly for nostalgia. Something about the tape called to her a mystery wrapped in worn black plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah slid the tape into the machine. Static filled the screen, at first white noise that gradually sharpened into focus. A dark room appeared, dimly lit by a single lamp. The camera angle was low, slightly askew, as if hastily placed. A man sat in a wooden chair, his face initially obscured by shadow. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man spoke, his voice quiet but steady. "If you're watching this, someone found you, which means they'll find me too." He leaned forward, revealing a face marked by sleepless nights and constant vigilance, deep-set eyes, several days of stubble, hair disheveled. "I didn't kill her, I need you to know that, but they found my fingerprints, my DNA, even though I never touched her." The camera shook slightly as Daniel adjusted it, revealing more of the sparse room, bare walls, minimal furniture, the temporary dwelling of someone prepared to leave at any moment. "They planted everything. The police report will say I knew her, that we argued, that witnesses heard us fighting. None of it's true. I never met Catherine Walsh until I saw her face on the news." His voice cracked slightly. "Dead, murdered in her home, and somehow my DNA was all over the crime scene." Detective Eliza Ramirez studied the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth one to surface. 5 tapes, 5 different recipients, all with the same desperate message from Daniel Whitaker, a man officially listed as the primary suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder. A man who had vanished without a trace the day her body was discovered. The Walsh case had been straightforward at first. Young professional woman found strangled in her bedroom. No forced entry, signs of a struggle. DNA evidence pointing clearly to Whitaker, whose fingerprints were already in the system from a minor offense years earlier. Neighbors reported seeing a man matching his description near her home several times in the weeks before. Cell phone records placed him in the vicinity on the night of the murder. Open and shut until the tapes started appearing. The tapes complicate things, Detective Ramirez spoke into her recorder as she updated her case notes. Whitaker is either executing an elaborate misdirection or exposing something much darker. She reviewed her evidence board photos of Catherine Walsh smiling at a company event, the crime scene photos too disturbing to dwell on, maps showing the locations where the packages had been delivered, and in the center, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo. His eyes seemed to follow her, pleading. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Ramirez discovered Catherine Walsh had been involved in a whistleblower case against her employer, Pharmacorp, a powerful pharmaceutical company with government contracts. Walsh had discovered irregularities in their clinical trial data evidence that they had covered up serious side effects in a new drug rushing to market. She was going to testify, a former colleague whispered to Ramirez during an interview, constantly glancing toward the door. Catherine had documents, proof that executives knew about the problems and buried them. The trial was next week. The detective began noticing strange inconsistencies. The DNA evidence was almost too perfect, found in locations that made little logical sense for the crime. The witness testimonies about Whitaker seemed rehearsed, with identical phrasing across different statements. And most disturbing, security footage from nearby buildings mysteriously corrupted for the exact window of time surrounding the murder. Sarah Miller received a second package 3 days after the tape. This one contained documents, clinical trial reports, internal memos, email printouts, all from Pharmacorp, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital signature, all proving she had been right. The investigation shifted. Detective Ramirez connected with recipients of the other tapes, piecing together Whitaker's breadcrumb trail. He had worked IT security for a contractor that serviced Pharmacorp systems. He had never met Catherine, but he had seen her name flagged in an unusual security protocol he wasn't meant to access. They were monitoring her, Whitaker explained in a second tape that surfaced. I saw the surveillance orders in the system. They knew she was gathering evidence, and then I found myself locked out of the network. The next day she was dead, and somehow I became the killer. The case broke when Sarah Miller noticed something on her copy of the tape that others had missed. A reflection in a window behind Whitaker showed a row of storage units. Working with Detective Ramirez, they identified the location. Inside Unit 217, they found everything. Daniel Whitaker's journal documenting the conspiracy, the original files Catherine had collected, and most damning, detailed plans for framing Whitaker, written in the handwriting of Pharmacorp's head of security, a former police detective with access to evidence collection protocols. Justice arrived not in a dramatic arrest, but through the steady accumulation of evidence that could not be denied. 3 executives were indicted. The head of security confessed, accepting a deal to testify against his employers. The drug was pulled from market consideration. Daniel Whitaker emerged from hiding, gaunt and changed by his time as a fugitive. The charges against him were dropped, but the experience had marked him permanently. Sarah Miller met him once when he came to retrieve his tape. They spoke briefly on her porch, the same spot where his package had first arrived. "Why me?" she asked. "Why send it to my address?" He looked at her with tired eyes. "The algorithm chose you. I needed people with no connection to me or Catherine, people they wouldn't be watching. people who might still trust their own judgment when the news said I was guilty. The former suspect and the accidental witness stood in silence, contemplating how thin the line between justice and manufactured truth could be. Sarah finally spoke. The wrong address turned out to be exactly the right one. The VHS tapes were logged into evidence, physical reminders that sometimes the truth arrives in unexpected packages, bearing unfamiliar names, waiting for someone curious enough to look inside. Story 27. The hotel was cheap, outdated, the kind of place people only stayed for a night. The clerk handed her the key with a strange look. "Just don't take the last door on the left," he murmured. Curiosity gnawed at her. That night, as she made her way down the dimly lit hallway, she paused in front of it. The handle was ice cold. The door looked no different from the others until she pressed her ear against it. From the other side, something breathed. Detective Morgan Reed rubbed the sleep from her eyes as she ducked under the yellow crime scene tape spanning the doorway. The smell hit her first metallic and sour, a scent she recognized immediately. Blood had soaked into the thin carpet, darkening the already murky pattern to near black. The room was a study in contradictions. Pristine bathroom, untouched bed, and then the horror of what lay between them. A young woman's body sprawled on the floor, her blonde hair fanned out like a halo. Her eyes stared vacantly at the ceiling, her expression frozen in what might have been surprise or terror. Reed crouched beside the victim, careful to avoid disturbing the evidence markers that dotted the scene. "Third one this season," said the forensic technician, his voice flat with professional detachment as he photographed the body from various angles. "Same signature as the others." Reed nodded silently. The victim wore elegant clothes incongruous with this forgotten motel. A designer handbag lay open on the bedside table, contents intact. This wasn't robbery. Something else drove this killer. The hotel manager hovered nervously at the doorway, his face ashen. She checked in alone, paid cash. I never thought his voice broke. The maid found her when she came to clean. Reed studied the room again. No signs of forced entry. No defensive wounds on the victim. The woman had let her killer in or known them already. Back at the station, Reed pinned photographs to the incident board. 3 women, all with similar features, all found in cheap, out-of-the-way motels. The press had started asking questions. Whispers of a serial predator spread through the community. "The autopsy results are in," Detective Hayes announced, dropping a folder on Reed's desk. "Death by strangulation manual. No DNA under the fingernails. No signs of sexual assault." Reed frowned. "This is personal, not predatory in the traditional sense." Days blurred together as the investigation intensified. Hotel surveillance footage revealed nothing unusual. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, was a financial analyst with no known enemies. Her friends described her as careful, meticulous, not someone who would stay in such a place willingly. A breakthrough came when Reed interviewed Werner's sister. She mentioned a man she'd been seeing, the sister revealed, hands trembling around her coffee cup. Someone from work. She was secretive about it, said he was complicated. Married, I think. Reed leaned forward. Did she mention a name? She called him Steve, that's all she would say. The investigation shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues described her as professional, private. None knew of any relationship. But when Reed searched Werner's desk, she found a business card tucked inside a desk calendar. Charles Emerson, Senior Vice President. Emerson presented the perfect facade when questioned, concerned, helpful, appropriately distanced. His alibi seemed solid, dinner with his wife and another couple, but something in his eyes made Reed uneasy. "Did you know Elaine Werner outside of work?" Reed asked casually. A flicker crossed Emerson's face, so brief anyone else might have missed it. Only professionally. Later that week, forensics matched partial fingerprints from Werner's handbag to Emerson. When confronted, his facade cracked. "We were involved," he admitted, "but I ended it. She threatened to tell my wife." "Well, enough to kill her?" Reed asked. Emerson's expression hardened. "I never went to that motel." Yet hotel records told a different story. A credit card transaction for the adjacent room paid with a corporate card linked to Emerson's company. When they searched that room, they found a small camera hidden in the shared wall vent. The evidence mounted. Fibers from Emerson's distinctive suit matched those found on Werner's body. His DNA appeared on a water glass in her room, and when they examined his home computer, they discovered similar recordings of the two previous victims. The pattern emerged. Emerson selected women who resembled his wife when younger. He convinced them to meet at specific motels, always choosing the room next to the last door on the left, a room he had already prepared with surveillance equipment. He recorded their encounters, then returned later to eliminate the evidence, the women themselves. In the interrogation room, Emerson's composure finally shattered. "They were going to ruin everything," he whispered. "My reputation, my marriage, my life." The trial was brief but sensational. 3 families watched as justice unfolded in the sterile courtroom. Emerson never showed remorse, maintaining the blank expression that had served him well in the corporate world. The judge sentenced him to life without parole. As officers led him away, Reed caught his eye. For just a moment, she glimpsed something behind his mask, not humanity, but its absence, a void where empathy should have been. The media called it the door on the left case. Psychologists studied Emerson's pathology. True crime enthusiasts dissected every detail. But for Reed, the case never truly closed. Sometimes, walking down hotel hallways, she found herself counting doors, wondering what secrets might breathe behind them. In the evidence locker, locked away from public view, 3 identical hotel keys remained tagged and catalogued. Physical reminders that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again.